Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is now 9 o'clock. There's a quorum present of the Dallas County Commissioners Court. All legal notices have been posted. This court is now duly called. Can I get a motion to close the court?
So move.
Second.
For the March term, got a motion and second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by usual sound of voting.
Aye.
Those who oppose, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Motion to open the court for the April term.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sound of voting.
Aye.
Those who oppose, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Bailiff, will you please open the court?
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the April 2025 term with the Honorable Commissioner John Wiley Price presiding. Would you please remain standing for the invocation?
And the invocation is going to be given this morning by Pastor Israel Martinez. Israel was born in Germany in a military family living in various countries and states until he was 9. His family moved to the Dallas area when he was 9. Israel came to know the Lord as his personal Savior at age 10. He has worked in the local church serving in music, youth, children teachings, preaching, and missions ministries. He is also a veteran of the United States Air Force and worked as a public school teacher in Irving, Texas. Israel holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in music business from Dallas Baptist University with minor in biblical studies and Spanish, as well as a Master's of Divinity from Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary. During seminary, God began to put church planting on Israel's heart. And after graduating, his church sent him and his family out to do a 2-month mission trip in Frankfurt, Germany. He loved it, but he knew God was calling him and his family back to Texas to learn and serve the church in a pastoral role and prepare to lead a church plant in the States. He served in full-time in ministry and pastoral roles since 2011. Israel is married to his wonderful wife, Candace, and they have 5 beautiful children, Felicity, Annabeth, Evangeline, Titus, and Clara. Thank you, Pastor Israel, for being with us this morning. Gracias.
Yo, honored to be here. Let's pray. Dear Lord, you are holy, wonderful, you're good, and so we just thank you that we can be here today. Thank you for this beautiful weather. Not too hot, not too cold, Lord. You are so good. And so I pray that you allow us to see that today, Lord, that your kingdom come, your will be done here in Dallas as it is, Lord, in heaven. So all the little things, all the big things, all the things that will be discussed, Lord, we give them to you, and we ask that your will to be done. In that, Lord, we pray and ask for you to give us what we need today. I know many people are here in good times and bad times, hurting with joy. Wherever someone may be today, Lord, I pray that you comfort them today, that they can feel your presence through the power of the Holy Spirit, that they would see you, Jesus, and how glorious and wonderful you are in the sacrifice that you gave to us coming down to earth, Lord, being our mediator, feeling our pain, and Father, that we would see your will. So just give us what we need today, Lord, all those little things, the food, protection, the finances. I pray this for our city, that you would prosper us, Lord, give us favor through your grace and mercy. And in that, let us, I know there's people with different faiths here, probably in different beliefs, Lord, but I believe you are the way, the truth, and the light. And so I pray that you would allow us to walk in your gospel truth. Those who believe, Lord, with the ability to extend forgiveness and to receive it. Lord, in all the big things again and the little things, that we would trust you, that we would ask you, Lord, now for your protection from ourselves and from, Lord, I know all the things that we can do as humans and get in the way. And so we ask for that protection. We ask for protection from systems and things in the world that may distract from what you want, Lord. And we are in the world now, Lord. We are in a place, Lord, where we are entering into conversations that affect our city, Lord, one of the most powerful cities in the nation that keeps growing. And so, Lord, just bless us, prosper us, Lord, for your glory. And Lord, protect us from all the things we can't see, the unseen, the spiritual, the supernatural. We trust you. We need you, Lord. Again, just bless all these people here, Lord, these wonderful people that you have called to minister, to serve Dallas, Texas. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, we pray. We thank you. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Martinez.
Welcome to this session of the Dallas County Commissioners Court. We will be dealing with all of those matters that have been previously briefed and published and are scheduled to either be voted on today or in a future court if it's not part of the agenda today. That being the case, then going to the resolutions, Dr. ELBA GARCIA can begin.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Price. Our first resolution today is the Week of the Young Child. And this resolution is going to be received by Ms. Cynthia Rangel and her committee that is here today. Ms. Rangel, could you please come forward? And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas the Week of the Young Child is observed April 5th to the 11th of 2025 and celebrated annually by the National Association for the Education of Young Children. It highlights the critical importance of early childhood education in shaping the future of young learners, their families, and communities. Whereas early childhood education lays the foundation for a thriving community by fostering cognitive, social, emotional, and physical development essential for lifelong success. And whereas the first 5 years of life are a critical period for brain development, shaping a child's future academic performance, graduation rates, and overall well-being. And whereas access to affordable, high-quality early education supports working families, enabling parents to remain in the workforce, advance their careers, and contribute to Dallas County economic prosperity. And whereas reliable childcare strengthens businesses by ensuring a stable workforce, aiding employee retention, and fostering economic growth. And whereas early childhood educators play a vital role in shaping future generations, yet many face low wages and staffing shortages that limit access to quality programs for families in need. Increased investment in early education and childhood education is crucial to ensuring that all children in Dallas County have access to programs that prepare them for lifelong success. And whereas institutions like Las Colinas Children Academy witness firsthand the transformative impact of high-quality care on children, families, and broader communities, fostering exploration, creativity, and social and emotional learning. And whereas the Dallas County encourages community members, business, and policymakers to support efforts that expand access to early learning programs, strengthening the future of our children, our county. Now, therefore, we resolve that the Dallas County recognizes April 5th to the 11th, 2025 as the Week of the Young Child, reaffirming its commitment to young learners and working families. The court furthermore appreciates the dedicated professionals who educate and care for our future leaders of the tomorrow world. And I so move.
Got a motion? Second. Chair, second. Any unreadiness?
Commissioner Daniel, second.
Well, you didn't turn your mic on.
It is on.
Okay, didn't hear it. Okay, Chair yields second to Dr. Daniels. Is there any unreadiness? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chair's in the affirmative. Dr.
Ms.
Garcia.
Rangel?
We at Las Colinas Children's Academy would like to extend a thank you for recognizing the Week of the Young Child. Early childhood education is one of the most undervalued aspects of a child's development. Research shows that about 90% of a child's brain is developed in the first 5 years of life, which is critical to a child, but not just to children, but to families as well as a workforce. In contributions of early childhood educators often go unnoticed, yet their work shapes the lives of children and our future in the community. We are truly grateful to the Dallas County Commissioners for not only recognizing, but also honoring the importance of our field. By standing up for early childhood education, you are advocating for the well-being of the next generation, the success of families, and the betterment of the society as a whole. At Las Colinas Children's Academy, we deeply appreciate your efforts to elevate the value of early education and care. As we celebrate the week of the young child, we are reminded of the profound impact early childhood education has on shaping the future of our children, our communities, and our workforce. We are proud to be part of this essential work and are thankful to the commissioners for helping shine a light on the importance of the work we do every day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. Thank you for everything you do for the next generation of children. Appreciate it. Cynthia, do you want a picture with your delegation and the Commissioner's Court? Can you come forward? Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
for coming.
The next resolution is for someone that has given Dallas County so much of her life, and she is going to leave a void, but nevertheless, you know, her legacy and her hard work will always be remembered for all of us that had the opportunity to work with her. And this resolution is for Mrs. Carol E. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, can you please come forward with your delegation and family that is here with you today? And as they come forward, I see a lot of familiar faces. The resolution reads as follows. Whereas the Dallas County Commissioners Court takes a special notice when an employee has given a long and faithful service to Dallas County. And whereas Ms. Carol E. Johnson, born on January 26, 1967, in Evanston, Illinois, moved to Dallas in 1982. She has been married to Gerald H. Johnson since 1988, and together they have 4 children and 3 grandchildren. And whereas before joining the Dallas County in 2005, Mrs. Johnson dedicated 13 years to Dallas Independent School District, earning recognition for her organizational skills and leadership. After a 5-year hiatus to focus on family, she re-entered the workforce, joining the Facilities Management Department, where she has served for 20 years. And whereas she credits Jonathan Bazan for encouraging her to embrace strategic training, further enhancing her skills and contributions to Dallas County. Her methodical approach and dedication have defined the success of this department. And whereas as she embarks on retirement, Mrs. Johnson looks forward to traveling, reading, daily walks, and cherishing time with her family. Therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize and congratulates Ms. Carol E. Johnson for 20 faithful years of service to Dallas County and further expresses best wishes on her well-deserved retirement, and I so move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sound of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chair is in the affirmative. Ms. Johnson?
Mr. Bazan, do you want to say a few words, or Mr. Greg? Greg, there they are. There you are. I apologize,
can't
I
believe
didn't see you.
this day is happening. Carol puts her heart into everything she does. I look around Dallas County, so many changes, so many positive improvements that have taken place because of Carol. I know that she is going to enjoy retirement. Her passport is already stamped heavily, but she has a lot of great plans, and I'm excited for her and her family.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan.
No, I just want to echo everything Mr. Bazan said. Also, I'd like to credit Carol. Carol brought us out of the Stone Ages in the department as far as technology. She was our driving force in going paperless, near paperless in the department. She really streamlined our utility billings. So she's really done a lot for the department, and we're really going to miss her, and we appreciate everything you did.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, I guess it's my time.
Yes.
I have enjoyed my 20 years here. I really have. And I do not, I'm very emotional, yes. I didn't think this day was coming, but I'm ready. I'm really ready to spend some time away from Dallas County. You have no idea. But I say that to say this. It has been a pleasure. I did leave Dallas ISD and I came to work. I've always been in this type of business and I love it. I know I leave in it better than I found it. I definitely know that. And thank you, Mr. Bazan. You know, I fought strategic plan. I just was like, oh my God. But we're ready. We're ready. And but it's now part of my life. It is a streamlining process in everything I do. My husband really hates it when I start talking. But I would like to publicly thank all of the commissioners who have worked with us. You turn facilities around. You know that. We've turned around in the last 10 years. Mr. Gray has been a lifeline. He has done a fabulous job with me. I can only speak on my behalf. And he's put up with my shenanigans and my health issues and my life. And I would also like to shout out to Sonia Smith, our HR general, for keeping me off the ledge of thorns and not wanting to jump. But most importantly, I'm leaving my team. I'm leaving my team in such a great leadership field. They are doing a fabulous job. Operations is a small team, but we are mighty. We are powerful. And we make 50 plus buildings function every day along with facilities as a whole. I've always only known facilities, and I'm proud to say that. So I thank my family, I thank my friends, I thank the best contractor in Dallas County has ever had, Wayne Smith, and also want to thank my husband who's put up with my other shenanigans. So my work husband and my family husband. And with that, I say thank you. And, you know, God bless all of you.
Thank you. Would you like a picture?
Yes, that's all. Let's all come.
I mean, only if you want to. Yes. Thank you. Carol, you are definitely going to be missed. Thank you for all the years. Send us some pictures of all the travel. Okay. The next resolution is going to be a resolution for someone that I have the opportunity to meet many years ago. I want to say that at least 20 years through different organizations and, of course, Caramia Theater. His name is Hector Cantu, and he writes a column that is a big column in different newspapers. It's a comic based on Latino culture. And, you know, I happen to read the Dallas Morning News every day, and I never leave home without reading Baldo. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Hector Cantu and his delegation to come forward as I present this resolution to him. And if you all can please come forward. Thank you all for being here. And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas the Dallas County Commissioners Court takes great pride in recognizing individuals who made significant cultural contributions and positively impacted the community. And whereas Mr. Hector Cantu, a proud graduate of Skyline High School, is the creator of the Baldo comic strip, which celebrates its 25th year anniversary this month. Since it launched in 2000, Baldo has become a nationally recognized comic, appearing in over 350 newspapers, including the Dallas Morning News, the Washington Post, the New York Daily News, among some others. Whereas Baldo was the first syndicated comic strip to center around a Latino family, offering humor and heartfelt storytelling that reflects the experience of living between two cultures and languages. The main character, Baldo, is an imaginative teenager navigating life, family, and identity, bringing relatable and entertaining stories to readers nationwide. And whereas Mr. Cantu's success of Baldo has reached new heights with the recent launch of animating series and streaming on Service A+, further expanding its reach and cultural impact. And whereas for 25 years, Baldo has brought joy, laughter, and representation to millions of people, offering an escape through humor, while celebrating Latino heritage and identity. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court proudly honors and congratulates Mr. Hector Cantu for his outstanding contributions to storytelling and cultural representation through Baldo, recognizing his achievement in reaching this 25-year milestone, and wish him a lot of future success. Congratulations, Hector, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Hector?
Wow. Well, thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for those nice words, and thank you, County Commissioners, for the honor today. Thanks to my family, my friends, my grandson for showing up today. My family moved to Dallas way back in the old days, like Dr. Garcia said, and I went to Gaston Middle School over in East Dallas, went to the journalism cluster at Skyline, graduated from UT Austin. I've always proudly represented Dallas wherever I've lived, wherever I've gone, and I'm so honored today to receive this honor. Like Dr. Garcia said, today we're in more than 350 papers across the country. So I know that responsibility of presenting these stories of the Bermudez family to all these readers. Baldo and his family have been a part of America, of American culture for 25 years, next to Garfield, next to Peanuts, next to Blondie on the comics page. And I'm very proud of that, and I'm very proud to be from Dallas and to represent Dallas in my writing and in my comic. So thank you all. Hopefully I'll be doing this for a lot longer, and I appreciate the honor today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And who is with you next to you?
My lovely wife. I thanked her right at the beginning, right?
Yes, you did.
I'm sure I did. And then my daughter and my son-in-law and my grandson here, Adam, who's a very good baby, and all my friends from my neighborhood up in town. So we appreciate it. We're happy to be here and happy to take this honor.
Congratulations again, and thank you for being here. You want a picture? You can all come forward. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
¿Cómo te llamas? No, pleasure. Take care. Pleasure to meet you. Okay.
Don't read the comics, but I see enough comics around here.
Last but not least, something that it's a resolution that is going to be presented to the National Financial Literacy Month. Dallas County has done we have a goal of 2,000 affordable units, housing units in the next 2 years. And I have to say that it's been, it's a challenge in today's world to meet these kind of goals. But nevertheless, we have a part of Dallas County Health and Human Services, and I know I saw Dr. Huang here as well, but it's going to be received by the Porfirio Coronado and the best manager in the world, that is here today. So I'm going to ask them to come forward. I know I saw several people here. Thank you. And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas the month of April has been recognized as National Financial Literacy Month to promote financial education and empowerment, encouraging individuals to strengthen their family's foundation and develop habits for long-term financial success. And whereas established in 2000 as the Youth Financial Literacy Day by the National Endowment for Financial Education, it was expanded to a month-long observance by the Jump Start Coalition in 2003 and officially recognized by the U.S. Senate in 2004. And whereas the studies show that financial literacy is directly linked to higher savings rates, lower interest debt, and better financial decision making. Yet, financial education remains inconsistent across the country, particularly within minority communities. And whereas through April, communities, schools, nonprofits, and government agencies, including Dallas County Home Loan Counseling Center, actively participate in Financial Literacy Month through workshops, campaigns, and events that equip individuals with essential financial knowledge. And whereas this year HLCC will host Money Matters, a financial empowerment event, this is an informative and engaging initiative designed to promote healthy financial habits among Dallas County residents, covering key topics such as steps to homeownership, budgeting basics, understanding credit, effective saving strategies, investment options, affordable auto loans, and preparing for college. And whereas the Money Matters, a financial empowerment event, will take place on Saturday, April 12, 2025, from 9 to 12 p.m. at the Oak Cliff Government Center. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court hereby recognize April 2025 as National Financial Literacy Month and encourages all residents to take advantage of financial education opportunities to build a stronger and more financially secure future for themselves and their families. And I so proudly move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Garcia, Commissioners, Honorable Judge Jenkins. My name is Mark Edwards. I'm the Assistant Director of Social Services with HHS. And on behalf of Dallas County Health and Human Services and Dr. Philip Wong, it is really an honor to receive today's resolution for one of our best kept secrets, and that's our Home Loan Counseling Center. We are so pleased to see such an increase in home ownership as well as financial literacy under the leadership of Mr. Porfirio Coronado, who's done a fantastic job turning things around. So I'll turn it over to him for some words.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Why is it important for us to do financial literacy, right? Right now, 21% of adults don't have a budget. 1 out of 3 Americans don't have a knowledge or have a lack of knowledge of financial education. 44% of Americans do not have enough in their bank to cover at least $1,000 of emergency savings, or emergency cost. So that is why it's important for us to continue to educate the Dallas community on financial literacy topics, including homeownership, including budgeting, including steps to better education, okay? So on April 12th, 2025, so not this weekend, but the following, we'll be hosting Money Matters, an event where it's open to the public, where we would be hosting large audience with different classes and topics that cover financial education, including savings, steps to home ownership. And just to add to that, why we do this is because we want to educate the Dallas community residents into this knowledge so that we can transform them into homeowners in the future, right? Fiscal year 24, we closed 7 houses with Dallas County Home Loan Counseling Center, okay? That might not seem like a lot, but that was a big step from years before. Quarter 1 through 2 of fiscal year 25, we have had a total of 24 mortgage-ready clients, meaning that those are clients that are looking to purchase a house now. Now, the reason they haven't been able to be under contract, that's because right now, as we all know, Dallas is unaffordable to a lot of us, right? The average pre-qualification amount is $257,000, when the average sales price in Dallas County is $370,000. So how do we breach that gap? Okay, so that's why events like the Financial Money Matters event, it's important because we are able to educate them on resources that they can take advantage. Okay, in addition to that, we have 8 clients that are currently under contract. Okay, so they will be closing within the next couple of months. And thereafter, we have 7 clients that have closed successfully, with 2 of those clients that have been on our Section 8 rental side. So we have been able to convert them. So I invite everyone that is here to promote our event for financial literacy, Money Matters, taking place August 12th. I'm sorry, April 12th. Yes.
Well,
thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Coronado. Mr. Edwards, you are the best when it comes to services and, overlooking all these programs, and without both of you, this couldn't come to fruition. I know Commissioner Price and I have seen, the results of a lot of the affordable housing for sale, but nevertheless, the requirements to be able to qualify to buy some of these homes are extensive. And that's why I am so proud that Dallas County Health and Human Services is doing this. The reality, we don't teach our kids in high school how to, plan for the future, how to invest for the future. Once they get a credit card, sometimes, it's almost impossible for a lot of them to get out of debt. And then on top of that, a college loan. It's getting harder and harder for people to have a piece of the American dream that is homeownership. So with that, I couldn't do it without you guys. Thank you so much. I know that we're doing this all over Dallas County, so I'm glad to, the ones that have been in District 4 have been very successful, from people of all backgrounds, all ethnicities, coming for these kind of programs with simple questions, right? Like, how can I clean my finances? I mean, can I buy a house? How do I get a credit report? Basic questions, that you have been able to help so many people. And I know, Mr. Coronado, you say that 7 homes might not be enough. It's a lot. When you add that to what this Commissioner's Court is doing in West Dallas, in Mesquite, in South Dallas, and North Dallas as well, Farmers Branch, Grand Prairie, it adds up. It adds up to the people, to be sure that Dallas and Dallas County has affordable housing for everyone. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mark, I'm going to go back down to something months ago when I told you. Dr. Garcia continues to be the eternal optimist. I understand the barriers.
Yeah.
And the barriers are zip codes, the barriers are color, and Department of Labor. Bureau of Census says an African American with the same and similar credit history is 4 times less likely to acquire a home mortgage loan. And I won't get into all of those others. And so, I know that this is a feel-good time. I talked to one of my colleagues in another county last week, and he said they spent 4 hours doing resolutions. We do these resolutions. So at the end of the day, what the hell? Where? I agree. 7 houses, I'm not enthralled. Given at working on the Dallas Housing Acquisition Corporation, I see 30, 40 houses go every month. Affordable. Now, there are people in this county, in this 31 city, they don't all participate in our program. In Dallas, the city of Dallas is the largest. But it's still barriers.
Yeah.
I don't care how much financial literacy you have. I don't care how much education you got. And by the way, an African American with a college degree earns what an Anglo with a high school education is. That is the Department of Labor. And so when you continue to talk about these barriers, I know everybody wants to feel good. At the end of the day, we've got barriers, and it doesn't look like it's getting any better. So my challenge to you, Mark, is the same. Until we are able to put more on the board, none of this other stuff other than feel good makes any difference.
We're not done yet.
Thank you, Commissioner Price. One of the things I just will quickly acknowledge is that part of our efforts and part of the strategy is to address those concerns is to go into every district and have a footprint. And so right now we're planning our next homeownership health fair to be in the southern sector. We've worked with District 3 staff already and have set a date for a home ownership health fair at Carver Heights Baptist Church, and really try to work closer with some of those underserved communities. Not only are we working on that area, we're working on trying to generate funding for our UPCAP program, which is our down payment assistance program, which is really what our community also needs in order to get into home ownership. So those are some of the strategies that we're really focusing on. We're going to continue to make a footprint in those underserved areas.
Well, and I want to thank you. I appreciate you guys, and I think we've got to do all that we can, both at the government level and also news media and churches and others, to counter financial ripoffs in communities, particularly communities hard hit by payday lenders and the tax refund ripoff people. You get your money like 3 weeks early, and it's a 200% interest loan. That's just crazy. And talked to a mom who got stuck on a payday deal, just trying to buy her kid a freaking band uniform that ended up costing if she had paid it 10 times as much money as the uniform itself. So anything that y'all can do out there to protect our residents from predatory lenders and predatory pricing is a good thing.
But it's interesting, I don't see no predatory lenders in the north. It's kind of like everything else. So, we know the same targeted community where it's health. It's always the same community. You fish where there are fish. And all I'm saying is we come and, we.
Yeah, I would like to see, I welcome you eagerly to come to the eastern part of Dallas County too.
Absolutely.
Because there are pools there to be addressed. But I really appreciate too what you're doing across the board for the betterment of Dallas County. Because that's what we're working towards.
Thank you, Dr.
So
Daniel.
I look forward to conversation, and I think that I've got some staff here who you can match up with, because I would love to welcome you to the eastern part of Dallas.
Our next quarter, we're doing District 3, and then our next quarter will be with District 1, so we'll be getting with your team.
I look forward to it.
Thank you.
Mr.
And I just want to say, yes, Commissioner Price is right. The barriers are there and probably will continue to be there. But Dallas County is ready to tackle some of that, do something, right? And that is what this is all about. The first one we had in West Dallas, we have around almost 400 people, and it was amazing to see half of them were African Americans and the other half were Latinos. So there's a lot of interest within our communities to know more, and education is always the key to meet any goal. So thank you again, and I look forward to see you on April 12th from 9 to 12 at the Oak Cliff Government Center at 702 East Jefferson. Gracias, and
Is
we
Ms.
will take
Madrano
a
here?
picture.
Is Ms. Madrano here? You know, and that's what in the last bank depository contract, you know, we can talk about that, but we never asked, and we did ask, I think Mr. Martin, you were in that meeting along with some other staff. We did ask, you know, here we have $1 billion depository contract. What are their lending practices? You know, I said, like I said, I serve on DHAC. I'm watching. You know, they're doing a $40,000 pay down. You know, I keep hearing this stuff, and it just, you know, I try to restrain. But let me just tell you, that's $1 billion. And Mr. Mum will tell you, I charged them up. Haven't heard any more since that bank depository meeting. No follow-up. What are they doing? And what I'm going to task you with is asking them, what are you doing? You got the Dallas County Depository contract. What are you doing on home lending?
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. That was flower from another. Hey, Mr. Coronado, thank you so much for coming, Mr. Edwards. That's what I saw.
Hey. Hey, Mom.
Mr. Edwards, great to see you.
Hey, man, it's there. It's real. I'm not gonna hold
Now
back.
you know we have a follow-up question for that depository. Okay. Thank you,
As my
Mr.
bishop
Coronado.
said, it's about-
I'll see you soon.
It's about being actionable. Thank you.
Yeah, change what we can change.
Yeah, no, actionable. Yeah.
Change what we can change. Okay, that's it with me. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Judge.
Dr. Daniels?
I think the judge.
Thank you
had
very
something.
much. National,
Okay.
it's up. National County Government Month, and we've got a very special person who will help us out with this. With the guest, Mr. Darrell Martin. And a lot of the other people in this office or in this room that contribute day in, day out, many on 24/7, to help Dallas County do its best for all of its residents. Whereas April is the National County Government Month, the nation's 3,143 counties, serving more than 346 million Americans, provide essential services to create healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. And whereas from responding, to public health and economic challenges to strengthening infrastructure and building vibrant communities, one thing has been clear from the past year: counties matter. Counties fulfill a vast range of responsibilities and deliver services that touch nearly every aspect of our residents' lives. And whereas Dallas County and all counties take pride in our responsibility to protect and enhance the health, well-being, and safety of our residents in efficient and cost-effective ways. And whereas, under the leadership of the National Association of Counties President James Gore, NACO is highlighting county leadership through the lens of Forward Together, celebrating the role of county governments in connecting, inspiring, and leading as intergovernmental partners. And whereas the role includes a responsibility to inspire county residents to engage with their communities, boost civic engagement, strengthen connections between government and residents, raise public awareness of programs and services provided to the community. And whereas each year since 1991, the National Association of Counties has encouraged counties across the country to elevate awareness of county responsibilities, programs, and services. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County's Commissioners Court does hereby declare April 2025 as National County Government Month and encourage all county officials, employees, and residents to participate in county government programs and engage with their local government to strengthen our community and enhance civic responsibility celebration activities. And I so move.
Second.
All right, all those in favor of Us Month, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Great.
Us Month is
The way
important.
us month.
County Judge, I'm going to ask if Mr. Warren, as our elected official, would Honorable Mr. Warren join us up here. And Mr. Hooper is hiding in the back, if he'll come up here as well. I don't see any other directors in here, but we're representing 6,800 county employees in Dallas County. So if you are a director, if you are an elected official, please join me at this time. This will be my 22nd year in county government, starting this month. I've worked at all levels of government. I worked federal government, I worked at state level back in New York, I've worked at city level, and county government is where it's at. Just real quick, a couple of important stats. 3.6 million employees around this country are county employees. We're a large employer. $12.8 billion are invested annually in construction of housing, Dr. Garcia, and we are part of that as well. There are 1,900 local public health departments in this country. 900 hospitals are operated by counties. $107 billion annually in justice and public safety. We operate, Commissioner Price, 91% of local jails. And believe it or not, counties own and maintain 45% of public road miles and 38% of bridges. Now, that says a lot about counties, but as we all know, all politics and all government is local, correct?
Oh, that's right.
Let's talk a little bit about Dallas County, and I don't see Alberta Blair here, but Commissioner Price, you can probably tell me, how much money have we leveraged here in Dallas County with our MCIP dollars?
It's billions.
Billions.
Billion, 600 million, we leveraged to $1.3 billion.
Right here in Dallas County. Right here in Dallas County. Dr. Garcia, we've invested almost $500 million in county dollars to renovate and reconstruct Dallas County infrastructure. Almost $500 million has gone back into the community because of the work that we've done here in Dallas County.
Without raising taxes.
Without
and
raising
decreasing, deferred maintenance.
That's
from
right.
100 million to less than 20.
That's right. That's local. The health department responds in crises. County Judge, we were able to stand up Fair Park and those quickly were able to do, how many shots were we able to do during COVID in like one day once we stood that up?
12,500 in one day, but more shots than any other site in the United States, even though we only got half as many people from the feds as most places did.
That's right. Done right here in Dallas County. Mr. Frosch, how much do we invest publicly in dollars because of purchasing that we do right here in Dallas County?
$350 to $400 million a year.
$350 to $400 million a year of county dollars going back into the community. Okay? So all politics is local, government is local. Dallas County is an important part of this community. Commissioner Summerman, I wrote a poem about it.
Amen. It better rhyme.
If you will let me
It doesn't have to
indulge
rhyme.
in this
Please.
for just a second.
I cannot wait.
County government's charge is public safety and health, serving residents from the womb to the tomb. Justice, fairness, and prosperity are our wealth, providing safety net services, helping every soul bloom. Dallas County stands apart with a bond rating second to none, a steady board of policymakers with nearly a century on the bench, department heads and employees committed to getting the job done, fostering growth and innovation with a vision that will never flinch. Companies and businesses seeking a place to relocate, in Dallas you can certainly trust. Of the 253 other counties in this Lone Star State, They not like us. They not like us. They not like us.
Well done. Done.
Where's the Grand National?
That was really good. That, you see, Commissioner, that's beautiful optimism. And we all passed the quiz.
And it rhymed.
Yeah.
Thank you. We can post that, can't we?
Hey.
Thank you very, very much.
But before we go any
Well,
further,
good poem.
one of the things that Dr. Garcia says, see, it's optimism. No, as my bishop said, that's actionable. That's what we put on the ground.
Dancing.
We're not hallucinating, and my daddy said the worst thing in the world is have to show up at a funeral and have to hallucinate about what somebody's done. At the end of the day, he said some other thing, but I can't say that here. But my point is that, that's actionable. And Mr. Martin, I appreciate you bringing that because that's what we tell our employees.
Yep.
We are on the ground.
Yep.
Thank you.
Changing what we can change.
We can talk the talk and we can also dance the dance.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well done.
And please, Mr. Martin,
I know, right?
put in the record that we're not trying to recruit anyone.
We do have a good time.
We-
And thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Martin. Really appreciate that and all the others who stood up with Dallas County. Moving along, the next resolution on a very sobering topic is the Child Abuse Prevention Month. And I think that there are a few people here who work with child prevention. If you'll come forward. Good morning.
Good morning.
Child Abuse Prevention Month 4/1/2025. Whereas child abuse and neglect are a public health crisis and community problem, and finding solutions depends upon the involvement of citizens throughout the community. And whereas an estimated 99 Texas children, nearly 2 children a week, died from child abuse in fiscal year 2024. And whereas in Dallas County, 4,889 children, 13 children a day, were confirmed victims of child abuse and neglect, and in Texas, 181,252 children, or 497 children a day, were alleged victims. Whereas in Dallas County, 775 children, approximately 2 children a day, and 9,220 Texas children were removed from their homes as a result of abuse in fiscal year 2024. And whereas in Dallas County, 171 children and 4,145 Texas children as of August 31, 2024 were waiting for adoption. Whereas child abuse and neglect can cause children to have costly social problems, such as low-weight births, emergency room visits, and children in the social welfare system, mental health, and juvenile correction systems. And whereas 2/3 of children referred to juvenile delinquency court have some involvement in the social service system stemming from allegations of abuse, neglect, or dependency, and for children with 2 or more offenses in juvenile court, the percentage increases to 90% who have some social service involvement. And whereas effective child abuse prevention programs succeed in part because of partnerships created among federal, state, and local officials, medical and social service agencies, nonprofits, private foundations, schools, religious organizations, law enforcement, government agencies, the business community, volunteers, and families. And whereas we recognize that most parents endeavor to be good parents and do not abuse their children. And whereas all citizens should become more aware of child abuse and effective preventive programs within the community and become involved in supporting parents and other caregivers to raise their children in a safe, nurturing environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Dallas County Commissioners Court, do hereby proclaim April 2025 Child Abuse Prevention Month in Dallas County. And additionally, be it further resolved that we, the Commissioner Court of Dallas County, together with the Child Abuse Prevention Month Committee, call upon all citizens, legislators, other elected officials, community agencies, religious organizations, medical facilities, schools, and businesses to increase their participation in efforts to prevent child abuse and neglect and advocate for child abuse prevention investment, thereby strengthening the health, safety, and productivity of the citizens in the community in which we move. Bottom line is we are not done yet, but I so move this resolution.
Second.
I yield. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I would like to recognize the number of people who are involved in Dallas County in attempting to roll back what's happening to our kids. And so I would like to introduce, I think that you're Adrienne Cuellar Rojas, and she is the Chief Executive Officer of Tex Protects, one of the leading agencies within Dallas County addressing this. And I see that you brought Abigail Sharp, is that true? I'm glad to see you here. Do you have a couple of words for us?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners, for recognizing the importance of preventing child abuse and neglect. I'm Adriana Cuellar, CEO of Tex Protects. We were founded here in Dallas about 20 years ago to work on state-level systems change. We work alongside our partners like Abigail at United Way Dallas to partner, who in turn partners with many community organizations like those in the room, like Abide, Avance, Child Care Group, many others, because it takes all of us to work alongside each other. We've had recent success in advocating, both at the state and the federal level. At the state level, we had a successful advocacy for a historic $65 million in state money, much of which came to Dallas. But despite this, as you say, there's still so much to do. In 2024, there were 53,543 confirmed cases of child abuse and neglect in our state. 35% of those are in Dallas County, 35%. One child is one too many, and those 18,604 Dallas children deserve better. In most cases, child abuse and neglect can be prevented if we support the adults in their lives. But prevention isn't just about preventing harm, it's about creating opportunities for families to thrive. This room is full of partners who every day create those opportunities. And so as we recognize Child Abuse Prevention Month, I challenge each of us to think about our own roles and the roles that we can each play in strengthening families to prevent abuse and neglect. I'll turn it over to our state partner.
Mr. Vincent Price is standing right behind you, Child Protective Investigations Regional Director, Texas Department of Family and Protective Services.
As Vincent Price was an actor, I'm Vincent Riles.
You are so right, Vincent Riles. I apologize.
But thank you very much,
Mr. Riles, take it away.
And you kind of mentioned much of what I would have spoken about as it pertained to the numbers, especially here in Dallas County. But I'd just like to speak about what we're doing and what happens as we are at war. We're at war for the safety of our children. This is not a war of guns. This is not a war of bombs. This is not a tariff war. But this is a war about the urgency that we need to have, the attitude that we have to have in our communities about protecting our children. What happens in any kind of conflict is that many people criticize either side. They don't get involved, but they criticize. There are others who sit and watch, and they just stay neutral. They don't take a side either way. And then there are most everybody else that is in this room who chooses a side and chooses to protect our children, chooses to do the things that are necessary to ensure that our children are safe. As it has already been mentioned, over 18,000 allegations of abuse and neglect have been received just in Dallas County for the fiscal year 2024. Over 11,600 investigations were completed in Dallas County by my team and the team with Child Protective Services and Child Protective Investigations, just in 1 year, 2024. 775 children were removed from their homes and either placed in foster care or placed with relatives or infective kin because of abuse or neglect in Dallas County. This year, 2024, only 4 children that we have were confirmed to have died because of abuse and neglect in Dallas County. But fortunately for us, that is an improvement. In 2015, we had 24 children that died. And it doesn't matter whether it's 24 or it's 4, it's too many. There has to be something that changes. And the way we have to view it is that we have to view it as that this is a war. Yeah. And with any war that there is, you have people who are standing beside you to fight that war to protect our children. So I appreciate the Commissioner's Court for shining a light on child abuse and neglect. I appreciate all their partners who are standing with us and doing whatever everybody can do in order to ensure that our children are safe. And I'll just say that we strive to come to a day where we get to a point where we don't have to have all of these partners because our communities protect our children.
We are not done yet.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riles. Irish Birch, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Dallas Children's Advocacy Center. Do you have a few words?
That's not her.
I am not Irish Birch. She was called elsewhere yesterday, and so I'm Madeline Reedy, the Chief Program Officer of the Dallas Children's Advocacy Center. So thank you for having me today. At DCAC, we have the honor to work to improve the lives of abused children in Dallas County and also provide leadership in child abuse issues. As my partners have said today, there are thousands of cases that come through Dallas County. Child abuse is not limited to one demographic or one zip code. We see cases from every single zip code, every single voting area, every single school, every single demographic that you can think of. And we serve over 12,000 of those families to ensure that those kiddos, our average kid is an 11-year-old girl who was sexually abused by someone that she knows. These are not strangers. These are not white vans picking people up. These are people that these children know, love, and who should protect and honor them. And so we as a community have a obligation to step in to protect them. And so I appreciate the Commissioner's Court for shining a light on that need. One of the things that we do is we do training for our community on how to recognize and report abuse. 75% of kids will wait 1 year. That's 1 year of enduring abuse before telling someone. 43% wait 5 or more years, and many never tell. So that's why it's important that we provide this training in both English and Spanish, nights and weekends, to our community so that they can recognize and report and submit those cases. Because our goal is to ensure that we are restoring a child's smile, empowering a family to thrive, and giving professionals the skills and tools that they need to protect these children and our communities. So we thank you today for shining a light on that.
Thank you.
We are not done yet. Thank you for coming. I would now like to recognize Kathleen Laval, and yes, this is Kathleen, President and Chief Executive Officer of Dallas CASA. Thank you for coming.
While every child deserves a safe childhood, our commitment to protect children in foster care should be particularly high. For children who already have experienced trauma, we must ensure that protective care is truly protective. 3 developments challenge our collective ability to fulfill that commitment. First, the ability to accurately compare annual child fatality data has been complicated by a legislative change in the definition of neglect, requiring a showing of a caregiver's blatant disregard, placing a child in immediate danger. A definitional change that has lowered the number of child fatalities captured in annual reporting since fiscal year 2022. Second, the Fifth Circuit has removed federal judge Janice Jack as presiding judge over a class action focused on reforms to the Texas foster care system. While a new judge takes time to come up to speed on that case, improvements directly related to child safety are stalling. Third, with the development and the movement to a privatized child welfare system, today's caseworkers with frontline responsibility for child safety are woefully inexperienced. Since Dallas CASA first began accepting 100% of court appointments 6 years ago, we have served more than 7,500 Dallas County children. Despite the concerning developments I've cited, we commit to doing our part to ensure that every child we serve is seen, heard, and protected. Thank you for your support.
And we are not done yet. Thank you, Kathleen, for coming.
Commissioner Daniels, if you will, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for speaking truth to power. You know, it's like I said earlier, you know, we try to figure out how to feather all of this and make it as people as comfortable as we can. The young lady who spoke from Text Protect 20 years ago, I was here when Dallas County was the center of making the state become more responsible. We joined in partnership with you, not only from just the profession, but from the performance. We appropriated money. But talking about that judge, I just find it very interesting, you know, and especially what's going on in this atmosphere now. I know that people find it very difficult. I spend a lot of time trying to, as my minister would say, wrestle with me in the basement. I mean, because there's some stuff I really want to say. But when I hear you take and speak truth to power, I appreciate it. You've got to continue to do that. This last system, this state-provided system is woefully inadequate, and kids are suffering. And I haven't heard any more about it. Maybe, I mean, I think the last time you did the resolution.
You will.
I know we will, but I'm just saying, we did this a year ago. Back to these resolutions. We did this a year ago, and here we are, a year later. And I haven't heard anything change. I haven't seen any legislation in a viable way change what's going on. So I just really wanted to put it on the record. 1 year later, we're still here talking about the woeful inadequacy of that so-called handoff system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laval. Ona Foster, Chief Executive Officer of Family Compass.
Thank you. So Family Compass, since 1992, has been focused on stopping child abuse and neglect before system involvement. And I am honored to represent and stand with our community partners on this issue. With Dallas CASA, we co-chair the Child Abuse Awareness Coalition, which was originally formed over 40 years ago to focus on prevention. As the coalition grew over time, so did community awareness. Today, with over 35 member organizations, from boots on the ground providers to policy advocates, government and funding partners, our reach has grown. We work together to stem the tide of abuse and neglect and keep children safe and protected. But our work isn't done. Like our many other colleagues and partners, we're continuing to keep an eye on what's happening at the national and state level and are focused on holding the line here locally. Last year alone, our agency experienced a 40% increase in numbers served in our home mentoring and community education prevention programming. We see mothers as young as 12 and 13 with ever-present waiting lists. It's taking more time with each family to help them deal with inflation, emotional needs, and other rising stressors in the home. The number of fathers in our programs continues to grow as well, and they now comprise 39% of our adult population. In 2024, our agency kept 942 children just in our evidence-based programming from entering the child welfare system. And according to the CDC, at $831,000 per case, that means we saved our community $783 million last year alone. And more importantly, we avoided the trauma to those children that lasts a lifetime. The cost of abuse is high, and the investment in prevention is worth it. We know how to stop child abuse and neglect, and we thank you for recognizing the importance of our collective efforts and standing by our side so that all children in our community have the chance for a healthy childhood. Thank you.
And we are not done yet.
We are not
But
done.
I do want to make note of looking at the variety of people who were able to come this morning, the variety of people in the audience, in this court, and our commitment to seeing a better future for all of the people, all of the families, all of the kids, all of us who are involved in this. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and for keeping up the endeavors, keeping up the fight to make sure we're on the right path. I would love and would be honored if you would all come forward to show that we are not by ourselves. It takes more than one of us to do a lot of these things. Second rule is we are not done yet, so please come forward.
You see Blue Cross Blue Shield drop UT Southwestern.
I know.
Yeah, well, hell, I need a report.
Hey, Ms. Lamar, thank you all so much for coming. I appreciate it. All the work you do. As always, great. I love the numbers.
So they do that like that cable TV, you know, they be off for like a week and then they make a deal.
Yeah, well,
Hello, thank you so much for coming.
I don't see Bob Wilson, because we've got a number of our employees, and I'm one of them who's with that system.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, so
I couldn't even get the app. I had to call them. Don't even let me go. But you know, Commissioner Michael, and I say this many times at PBC. You know,
We're on phone duty?
We're on phone duty. Okay, they are all nationwide with COVID. I was not surprised with that.
No, I wasn't well, you know, I talked to Podolsky. I talked to him, and I asked him.
Well, you know, when it happened, it was all about saving money.
Yeah.
And saving money in health is almost impossible nowadays.
Yeah, it's about health.
Exactly.
That's it.
Thank you. Thank you all for appreciate it. Okay, let's go.
This is the third of my resolutions this morning, but most definitely does not indicate any lessening of importance or the fact that awareness, let's talk about the topics that are in our communities. And this next resolution is Black Maternal Health Week. And I think that there are also a few people here for this. I knew there was. Come on down. You know what? The groups of people who are here also look like Dallas County. And I really appreciate that. Okay, we made the swap. Whereas over 80% of pregnancy-related deaths are preventable. And according to the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, Black women in the United States are 2.5 times more likely than their white counterparts to die from pregnancy-related causes. The preterm birth rate among babies born to Black birthing people is 1.4 times higher than the rate among all other babies. The Family Wellness Council seeks to establish collaborative partnerships across North Texas, engaging multiple sectors and focusing on health equity, improvement in maternal and infant health for Black caregivers, and providing high-quality support for both families and providers. And whereas Black women are nearly twice as likely compared to their white counterparts to experience late or no prenatal care, they also suffer from life-threatening complications known as maternal morbidities at a rate twice that of their white counterparts. The high rate of maternal mortality among Black women span across income levels, education levels, socioeconomic status, access to prenatal care, and overall health, including mental health and substance use disorder status. And whereas Black Maternal Health Week is an opportunity to acknowledge the tragic deaths of Black women in our state and across the country who lost their lives due to pregnancy-related complications, it raises awareness of the state's preventable disparities in Black maternal health outcomes. Black Maternal Health Week also serves as a time to stand in solidarity, recognizing that this issue affects Black mothers, Indigenous mothers, and other mothers of color, as well as their communities and practitioners who all bear the weight of systemic bias. It is our responsibility to uplift community-based responses to this crisis and to promote initiatives aimed at reducing Black maternal morbidity and mortality. And whereas research indicates that Black women in Texas are more likely to experience serious complications during childbirth, such as preeclampsia, hemorrhage, and complications due to diabetes and hypertension. And whereas positive strides are being made to improve Black maternal health due to increased community engagement, better access to care, and advocacy for health care equity. And whereas, as we continue our work to make pregnancy and childbirth safe, dignified, and joyful for all, let us remember that health care should be a right and not a privilege. Let us give thanks to the extraordinary maternal health care workforce that serves its patients and their families every day. And let us unite in common cause to end the tragedy of maternal mortality once and for all. The Health Initiative Work Group seeks to reduce health disparities in our community through agency partnerships and culturally informed practices. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Dallas County Commissioners Court, do hereby proclaim April 11th through 17th, 2025 as Black Maternal Health Week, and together with the Family Wellness Council Health Initiatives Work Group, call upon all citizens, legislators, elected officials, community agencies, religious organizations, medical facilities, schools, and businesses to increase their participation in efforts to improve maternal and child outcomes. We also urge all to advocate for the advancement of health equity through collaborative investments, thereby strengthening and improving the long-term outcomes necessary for families to thrive. And I so move.
I'll second. Got a motion, a second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chair's in the affirmative.
And we're not done yet. So
Yeah, I know. But, you know, it's interesting. I'm back to that palatable. It's just systemic bias. It's racism. And I'm going to go back to Serena. All the money in the world. Didn't make it. She got treated like Malcolm X said. And that's what we've got to say. I mean, I know we want to feel good, systemic bias. I got plenty of biases, but I don't have the power to enforce my bias, which is racism. And that's what we're dealing with still.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Price, because I don't think that you would find any argument on this court about what you have just said. But I would also like to hear from the variety of people who are here, who work day in, day out with this situation. So please, would you introduce yourself and if you have a couple of words to share?
Thank you. Good morning, all. My name is Nile Johnson. I'm with United Way of Metropolitan Dallas and a Black woman who gave birth in Dallas County. I would like to extend my gratitude to Commissioner Daniels in the court for proclaiming April 11th through the 17th Black Maternal Health Week in Dallas County. It's a privilege to stand before you. This is year 3 of doing this work, calling this work out, and as you can see, we have grown. We have listened because one of the things we really want to highlight is United Way's role is a convener and collaborator. It really puts us in a critical position to ensure that this work is not being done in silos. So we know that this work is very critical. We know that there is not a one-shoe-fits-all. Not everyone would like to give birth in a hospital. Not everyone would like to give birth in a birthing center. But right now, we are working on identifying a variety of options and creating that access for families to be able to have the choice that is best fit for them. Because like you said, Commissioner Price, it's all about what we know. You called it out. And that's why we have these amazing representatives that you will hear from today. Because it's all about sometimes someone who looks just like me. I will feel comfortable sharing my story and giving birth because they are going to listen to me. It's very like-minded cultural experiences. So you definitely will hear from some of our partners today. But really wanted to say together we are striving to ensure that every pregnant person in North Texas can bring their child into the world safely and with dignity. And so we have a plethora of people who are going to speak today. We're going to keep it short and simple, but really want to show you how this is really a community effort and collaboration. And so with that, I will pass it to Carrie Parks with MetroCare.
Good morning. I just want to say thank you very much for supporting our efforts and making this proclamation. Education is key to prevention. I am with MetroCare Services, and our Flourishing Families program serves all mothers in Dallas County and fathers and their children and helping them to have the strongest start possible. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Yolanda Lawson. I'm an OBGYN who's practiced over 20 years in Dallas. I'm also currently the Executive Medical Director for Maternal and Infant Health for Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. So we certainly see the data. We note the disparities, and we recognize that the Texas Maternal Mortality Review Committee states 84% of deaths in Texas are preventable. And we also know that Texas ranked 50th for women to access prenatal care. And so we prioritized maternal health inequities in Dallas County with resources and took actionable steps to develop a comprehensive maternal health initiative. We recognize the vital role we play, whether it be with our community partners and strategic partnerships, community investments, public awareness, and really have brought a passion that I personally bring to this work and with collaboration, because as she just stated, this takes a comprehensive approach. There are multiple reasons, and we all address them in our own particular way. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Maria Martineau. I'm the AVP of Community Engagement for Medical City Healthcare, a network anchored by our 22 North Texas hospitals with 18,000 employees. Medical City Healthcare, supported by the HCA Healthcare Foundation, is proud to partner with the United Way of Metropolitan Dallas in a brand new collaboration, United for Healthy Starts, aimed to improve maternal and infant health outcomes for all served by providing crucial resources and access, such as home visitation. Last year at Medical City Hospitals, we delivered more than 20,000 babies and are committed to the care and improvement of human life. We're proud to work with the United Way and honored to invest in healthy moms and babies.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Dimple Sareka. I'm with the Communities Foundation of Texas, and I'm proud to lead the perinatal community of practice, which is really, the work is done by many of those who are behind me. But it really has brought together a network of partners along the continuum of care to support maternal health and that new child's health and supporting the entire family. I think this is something that we all strive for. I'm proud to see that the commissioners are recognizing the importance of such an event to build thriving communities for all, as well as looking at the data and letting the data drive where we need to draw attention, make changes, and concentrate our efforts. Thank you very much.
We are not done yet.
Good morning. My name is Carmen Bowling, and I am honored to serve as the Senior Vice President of Women and Infant Specialty Health at Parkland. And with me today, I have Dr. Paula Jarman. I also have Misty Wilder, the Program Manager for our Parkland Healthy Start, and also Artisha Browder, who is our Program Manager for our Nurse Family Partnership Program. They, along with me, are very grateful to you, Commissioner Daniel, and to the other members of the court for your ongoing support of Parkland and the support of all of our maternal efforts that we provide for our underserved communities throughout Dallas.
Thank you.
So thank you.
I'm not gonna let Parkland get away with this. You know, because at Parkland you do a lot of great things, and this is, later on I won't be so nice, but this is not about you. One thing you have done is not only after delivery, you follow families for the first year, which is very impactful in terms of both that mother and that child's life. And I want to thank Parkland for instituting that for the last several years. You've been doing it for years, and I want to give you your flowers for it, because I'm gonna do the criticism, but I want to give you your flower. You've led the parade in that effort, and so I just want to say thank you.
If you do good, you should be recognized for doing good. So thank you.
And that's the optimism of Commissioner Price for today. So.
Muchas gracias.
Take it. Other words of wisdom, experience?
Hello, good morning. My name is Priscilla Moore, and I'm the founder of Delighted to DULY Postpartum Services. And we provide services to mothers in their homes immediately after birth to spot symptoms that may be associated with a morbidity or mortality. And so we provide medical wellness checks. We also have a postpartum wellness center in Dallas. Also, I just want to report, just with our organization, we have 100% of our mothers are going to their 6-week checkups. 75% of our mothers are successfully breastfeeding. 90% of our moms show that they have less stress because of our visits. And then also, none of our mothers are using the ER as their primary care. And all of our mothers are surviving, but not only surviving, they're thriving. And so we make sure that all of our moms are surviving throughout the whole postpartum period, and we're checking on them constantly and through the whole year. And so that's kind of like when they graduate out of our program. So thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for what you do. Other words of wisdom?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm Jessica Dupree, Vice President of Clinical Operations at Abide Women's Health Services, and we are easy access prenatal and postnatal clinic in Dallas County, and we're excited to be here. But of course, when it comes to this proclamation, we want to raise awareness, we want to change the narrative to talk about joy. At our organization, in the last year, we've helped over 178 new mothers with prenatal and postnatal services, over 300 families with childbirth education, and the numbers don't lie. At our organization, we've had 0 reported maternal deaths and 0 reported child deaths, and we're proud of our mothers. We continue to follow them through. And when we think about joy, it doesn't happen just at our organization. It happens through all of our community members that are here. So again, we thank you. We'll continue the fight, and we'll continue to raise the awareness. Thank you.
Thank you for what you do. Other words?
Hello.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Kyra Brown. I'm an associate professor and founding director of the Maternal and Reproductive Health Equity Research Lab at UTA. So I come into this work with 14 years of experience in the area of research evaluation for maternal and infant health. And I just want to thank you all this morning for supporting this proclamation for Black Maternal Health Week, or through this proclamation. And just to say that in addition to the collaboration, the vast collaboration that we have in this room, also knowing that we have, so part of my role is contributing to that workforce for maternal and infant health workers, but also from the research standpoint that is specific to North Texas, and knowing that we have people on the ground who are contributing to understanding the ways that we can reduce these numbers as well as promote joy and these positive outcomes. So thank you so much for having us this morning.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming. Other words?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I see 5 elected officials, all of whom support access to health. So I want to thank you for that support over many years. I'm with Los Barrios Unidos Community Clinic. I've been working with many of you for a long time, and I want to thank you for this proclamation. I also want to take the opportunity to thank the Communities Foundation for bringing this coalition together and providing funding for many of us, which is the backbone of how a lot of us get good things done to improve what happens in Dallas County. So just thank you again. I'm very honored to be here, and I appreciate all of your support.
And thank you, Los Barrios.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Other words of wisdom? Well, I just wanted to say a demonstration of people coming together to address a situation. And could we have a photo, please? Since everyone's ready to go.
Hey, how are you?
Thank you for coming.
All right.
Done yet? No?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't going to let you go through this. Okay.
Yeah, they know.
Thank you.
I was at Los Barrios for my internship years ago. I did know that. I did know that. And we're working with
Yeah, but they're doing God's work. They doing it right, but that still doesn't eliminate. We're supposed to knock the barriers down. Yeah, that's my problem. We got.
Wait a minute,
One more.
If you wanted it in the newsletter, that is. Thank you. Thank you very, very much for what you do every day.
Hey, thank you. God bless. Thank you. God bless. Thanks. God bless. God bless y'all. Oh, you bet. And thank you for all you're doing for maternal health. God bless. Hey, God bless.
No, I don't. I'll get a card.
Hey, good words. Thank you. God bless.
You know better than anybody.
How you doing? Yeah.
People coming. We're not done yet. Final words on this one. We're not done yet, folks. And I move it back to.
Yeah, I'll get the last one for Gerald and Gail. Just a scoot. All right, I've got our last resolution today, and that is for Gerald and Gail Turner, the president and first lady since 1995 of Southern Methodist University here in Dallas County. Gerald and Gail are not with us today. This will be presented at a celebration to be occurring in the coming days, so I'll just read the enabling language and move it. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby proclaim April 1st, 2025 as R. Gerald Turner and Gail O. Turner Day in Dallas County, and encourages residents to commend the Turners on their impact on our community, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Also, a quick moment of personal privilege to announce who is currently in the lead in the March Madness.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. In the men's bracket, we have Barry Brown from Planning and Development at number 1. We have Onisha Cooper at the district clerk at the number 2 spot. And bringing up the rear, we have, or not the rear because there's hundreds of them, but in third place, we have a tie between Eugene Clay at the auditors and Craig Dearman at Public Works. And so we'll see how that shakes out. In the women's bracket, John Curry is currently in the lead. John's with the tax office. Kareem Gonzalez is coming in second from HHS. And at number 3 is the indomitable Shay Cathy. Coming on fast.
Great.
Yeah.
And
All
we're
right.
gonna give good prizes this
We're
year.
giving good prizes. Yeah, you get cash or cash equivalents and a big old trophy. All right. So with that, I'll turn it over to our presentations. Our first presentation today is from Dr. Philip Wong.
All right. Morning.
Good morning, Dr. Huang.
Oops.
These are toast.
All right, so just following up on COVID numbers, they're remaining low. These, again, it's not a reportable condition, but we still continue to provide information on the lab reports and other hospital reports that we get, and still monitor all the variants. This is from the national reports, CDC analysis, and the looking at the most recent variants that are appearing, and it's consistent with what we're also seeing from the state health department in Texas. Again, looking at it from multiple different ways, we're seeing also wastewater surveillance. Nationally on the left, the numbers for COVID have been going down. Ours are sort of going up and down, but still it's much lower certainly than when we see it in high numbers. One thing I do want to mention, and vaccine availability just in general, and I know you all are aware that we had to lay off 11 staff on Friday, also 10 temporary workers, and many of them were some of the immunization staff. So how I normally provide a list of our upcoming community immunization clinics. As a result, and these are due to the federal cuts that we just were notified last week, and I spoke to Marissa last night, essentially we're having to cancel approximately 50 plus events, including some...
You say 55?
50. This is for the next year that have already been scheduled out. These include some just recently scheduled with some of the schools to try to do measles vaccine and others. So, very concerning regarding the impact of those cuts and loss of the staff.
But one of the things, again, it's not as though we haven't seen them coming. What is your backup plan?
With losing that staff, there's really not a now we did put in that proposal If the county could identify 650,000.
No, stop. No. What is your backup plan with what you have left in terms of outreach to get them? Because basically what you're doing is you are removing what I call pop-up convenience clinics. What's your backup plan with regards to that cancellation and with regards to either those particular areas that are part of what I call hardened area?
Sure. Well, again, when we look at the numbers of vaccines that we provide, our brick and mortar centers are the main ones where we provide the most services. And
Exactly.
so that is our backup, and that is, we will continue to maintain those, and that's what, talking to the staff, that's all we can keep staffing, and rather than pulling the staff from those brick and mortar to doing the outreach. That is the plan.
Are you talking about the clinics around the county?
Yeah, the clinics like on Stemmons and our other brick and mortar
How
sites.
many of those do you?
We also have Garland as part of ours. So that is the plan, but we can't, and we talk to staff, with those cuts, we can't pull staff from those to go to the outreach.
I get that, but we need to know, what does that look like?
So again,
How much does it
and
cost?
we have all of our locations on the site. These are how you can make the appointments and still go in, and we still take walk-ins. But that is the services that we'll be able to provide. We will not be able to do, and again, as I mentioned, it sounds like over the coming year we had over 50 of the pop-up sites that were scheduled, and including, and I just emphasize that because with the situation, and I'll talk about it in a second, with what's going on with measles in West Texas and our preparation for that, it included, we had reached out to many schools, and some of the schools that have low vaccination rates to offer special vaccination clinics, including those we are having to cancel those.
Can you give me an idea of how many people were vaccinated using these 50 pop-up clinics before?
I can get you that number, I don't have it.
But it's a significant number, true?
That's a significant number.
And you feel that the tumbling from this, in other words, what tumbles out of this is that many people will not be vaccinated in the past who were?
Right, exactly. I mean, that's what, and during COVID and pre-COVID, we had started, building our outreach efforts to really go into the communities where people don't have the access or have difficulty getting
That's
to
the key.
our other sites. And so that's what we've been doing and have continued throughout COVID and then after now. And the point of that is the funding, may have been labeled as COVID, but it extends far beyond just the COVID impact. We were giving COVID vaccines, we're giving flu vaccines, but we're also giving the childhood vaccines too.
And this includes measles vaccine that would be involved in that. Can you give me an idea of how much more contagious measles is than COVID, for example?
Yeah, well, measles, and as COVID, we were looking at the contagiousness, but measles is sort of the model for one of the most contagious infectious diseases that there are. So it's both transmitted by respiratory droplets and also airborne. So the model is that if you had someone in a room, coughed in that room, left the room for 2 hours, it would remain in the air, and 90% of people who are not protected, meaning not being vaccinated, who would be in that room would be expected to develop.
Yeah, it's the most
Contagious.
infectious and contagious disease known to man, isn't it?
So what is Dallas County's plan? What is Health and Human Services plan to address, in particular, the measles
And I
aspect?
have some slides specifically on that I can sort of elaborate now. Then, with the loss of the funding, how that's going to impact some things.
But what I want you to understand is, and wherever the 50 clinics are, there are certain areas in this community, in Dallas County, and then I'll talk about my district, 40% of my district is still transportation hostage. And that makes a difference. And you can have the bricks and mortar on Stemmons, you can have, one here on Jefferson, you can have 40% of the district is.
And we get that, and this sucks, but this is not good, these cuts.
No, I get it.
But what we hope will happen is that we'll be able to identify people who need a ride, and through partnerships with people who are holding community events, with churches, with others, spending some money ourselves, we'll be able to get everybody to our brick and mortar sites to get their vaccinations. Undoubtedly, there will be people who would have been vaccinated who are not vaccinated, but this is what we're dealing with. And
I get that, Judge. All I'm asking for is, just like I asked him on some other thing, I'm asking for the plan. You know, now that...
As you know, we've also been working on a South Dallas clinic, which has taken a long time for the construction. We're trying to make progress, but for that, there's also some staffing requests that we've identified to staff that. But that is one of the other sites that we've had in the plan for a couple of years here.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with these cuts. That was ARPA money.
Exactly. It's not
Yes, okay, so I'm not gonna let, I want you to understand, I'm monitoring that. I've got the same issue, but that's different, and that staffing request is different, so it's not part of this grant funding.
No, I'm not saying it is, but it is part of the plan in terms of addressing that.
I get it, I get it, and I continue to support that plan. But I don't want it to get mired and mingled in, well, we had to make some cuts, and therefore, you know, those of you who've been suffering are gonna continue to suffer. It has nothing to do with it. That's different.
Well, the reality is, at the end of the day, these cuts come at the worst time, when we are having measles in the forefront, when we having, you know, the reality is canceling these clinics does affects community directly, because like what Commissioner Price said, not everybody can get to some of our clinics. With that being said, part of the plan is going to be exactly that. You know, go back to the clinic model and try to find the people and the means to take them into our clinics. So thank you, Dr. Huang. I mean, I wish things were better, and especially when we're talking about health, I think the federal government should be a little bit more conscious about the cuts.
I think the impact nationally is playing out as we're seeing, and I hope that there will be certainly enough sort of public sentiment to try to make it clear what the impact is on our.
Correct.
Well, let's try and get a better feel for that. We've already talked a little bit about the fact that measles is very contagious. The feds have cut now our ability to be able to vaccinate against a very contagious disease. Are we in the line of progress? And what I mean by that is this, is I appreciate it, measles is located in a certain area of this country, and that being partially in Texas. Is that right?
Yes.
And does it grow usually? I mean, I realize that people can leave the area and go to New York or someplace like that, but is this a growing problem? In other words, is Dallas going to be in the path of the progress of measles?
And I'll show you some slides on that in a second. But one of the, the biggest vulnerabilities is when you have a large population that's unvaccinated.
Yeah.
And that's what they're seeing in West Texas, that particular community. Now, I'm aware that there's another community, like in Lamar County near Paris. That's why we've reached out, and I'll talk about some of the things, to the pockets of unvaccinated people that we know about. So there are lists on the State Health Department website of the vaccination rates at school districts. Some of the private religious schools, actually in particular, have low vaccination rates. And so that's what I've reached out to them, have sent them all of the superintendents letters, had sent them educational materials, had sent them letters for the parents, had offered to then conduct immunization clinics on site at their schools. And that's some of the ones that we've had them take us up on that, and now these are going to be canceled.
Yeah, and I saw a study that was done some time ago, long time ago, it seemed like, over the Texarkana border, where on one side of the border children were being vaccinated and on the other they weren't, and that something like 95% of those that were on the unvaccinated side in Arkansas became contagious, became infected, and were seriously impacted. So vaccine is the cure, as it were, is the solve?
I can skip to some of the slides if you want.
Yeah, would you please? That'd be great. I just want to talk about that for a minute. And I want to make sure that the community understands what the federal government has done to us in terms of putting us at risk.
Okay, yeah, so in particular, for measles, as we've talked, it's one of the most highly contagious respiratory diseases, spread through the air and through coughing and sneezing. And we talked about how it can stay in the air for 2 hours, and that 90% of those that are unvaccinated can expected to develop infection. Here's the symptoms of that, how it presents. The thing is, most physicians have not ever seen this because it's been so well prevented, and I'll show you that in a second. But here's how it's spread again through cough, sneezes, talking, and staying in the air. The contagiousness is like from 4 days before the rash starts to 4 days after it appears. And that rash is sort of a very characteristic. It starts like on the hairline and then goes down the body. But here's some of the prevention, as mentioned, is the best way to prevent it is with 2 doses of the measles vaccine. After 1 dose, it's 93% effective. After 2 doses, 97%. So we have a very extremely effective and safe tool that's been around since the 1960s, and I'll show you some of the data on that. So it's not like when we were at the start of COVID and we didn't have any effective vaccine or any tools or anything like that.
Well, but unlike COVID, even in COVID, they continue to tell us, you need to take another shot, and you need to take another shot. And what about measles?
Yeah, measles, once you've got this protection, and this is, and I put this up here because there's been some confusion about what sort of someone's considered immune, and these are the criteria. If you have documentation of 1 or more doses of a measles-containing vaccine, you're considered essentially presumptive immunity.
And that's any time in your lifetime?
What's that?
Any time in your lifetime?
Any time in your life, yeah.
Thank you.
Written documentation of 2 doses for school-age children and adults at high risk, or if you have laboratory evidence of immunity, laboratory confirmation of a disease, or if you're born before 1957. Now that's in a just without an outbreak situation for us normally, and we're not in an outbreak situation, even though in Texas there is an outbreak, a huge outbreak in West Texas. So we are not having to do additional precautions to get that immunity. Now, if we were considered an outbreak situation, there are other considerations. But right now, if you have any of those, you are considered immune.
Bill, let me ask you for concerned moms and dads of little ones, is this correct that unless you actively sought to stop your pediatrician from giving your child the measles shot, that was one of the regular shots that your child got in their childhood vaccination? Is that correct?
Correct.
So for moms and dads who are like, has my kid had the shot? If your child is over 1 year old and has had their 1 year vaccinations, they got their first shot. If your child's over 4 years old and got their 4 year vaccinations, they got their second shot, unless you actively told the doctor you didn't want your child to be immunized for the measles. If that's the case, you can go back now and get your child immunized. There were some parents who, erroneously believed that since the measles was not prevalent in our society, there was no need to be vaccinated for the measles. And now what we're seeing is it's a very good idea to be vaccinated. And we're also seeing people that are traveling to other countries where there's not high measles vaccination rates coming back with the measles because they themselves weren't vaccinated.
Well, and again, we're back to, so based on your clinic sites, I want to know how many vaccine numbers have been issued by clinic sites, okay?
Yeah, we have that. I don't have it on.
And especially those that maybe, well, in the areas that were shut down. But anyway, I need to see those. We all need to see those numbers.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, I may have some.
And while you're looking through that, we're talking about what's going on in West Texas, but just a year or so ago, it was just right down the street. Wasn't it in Ellis County?
Yeah, we had one on Rockwall.
No. Rockwall is this year.
Oh.
That's but no, I'm talking about either last year or so. There was a measles outbreak in was it Ellis County?
I don't remember, Commissioner.
I don't recall a measles outbreak in Ellis County.
And it's also possible, and so that's another reason for vaccination. In fact, it's probable. So Lamar County, the outbreak in Lamar County is Paris, Texas. If a child is sick, or adult for that matter is sick, and they can't get comfort there, it's highly likely that their parents will choose to take them to a bigger hospital, and the bigger hospitals are in DFW, and the first ones you get to are in Dallas, because Paris is east of us.
Yeah, one thing, in FY24, we served 42,651 clients with immunization. So that's clients, so then they receive multiple vaccines usually. So.
42,000, doctor. 42,000?
42,000, yeah, clients.
Yeah, but what about sites?
So again, here's the guidelines that the judge was talking about for kids at 12 to 15 months, and the second dose 4 through 6 years. But if you're doing that international travel and you had a child that was between 6 months and a year, you could get an early dose of it to protect yourself, protect the child during that time. But then they would still need to get another 2 at 12 months, and then after that. So they'd need 2 doses after that. Here's the chart I wanted to show, and this just shows the effectiveness of the measles vaccine. Before 1963, when the measles vaccine was introduced, there were 3 to 4 million cases each year in the United States, and 48,000 hospitalizations, 4,000 cases of encephalitis, and 450 to 500 deaths each year from measles. The vaccine was introduced in 1963, and you can see it dropped to almost nothing. The second dose was then recommended after seeing some cases pop back up, and then it was declared eliminated in the United States in 2000. So again, as I mentioned, the vaccine is so safe and effective, most clinicians have never even seen a case of measles. I've never seen a case of measles. And it's because now there are more, and I always say, we're a victim of our own success with that, because people don't see measles and they think, well, I don't see measles. Measles isn't around. Why do I still need to get this shot? And it's exactly because of the effectiveness of this. And then, what we saw with COVID and some of the misinformation, disinformation, politicization regarding vaccines and people not getting it, then we're getting more pockets of populations not getting the vaccine. And this is what we're starting to see.
Use the word they use, weaponization.
Pardon?
Nothing. I say use the word they use. Weaponization.
Weaponization.
Yeah, that's okay, never mind. That's everything they say is weaponized, and of course everything, vaccines.
Well, during COVID they were saying we're implanting chips or something.
I know, the weaponization of health, I got it.
So here's the number of measles cases now nationally. It's 483, and then you can see Texas is the big spot. You can sort of see the breakdown by age, and 97% of them are unvaccinated. 1% had 1 MMR dose, and 2 had 2 doses. Here's the measles cases in Texas, in West Texas, and it's now, as of Friday, 400 cases. So Texas has the largest number of cases. The number in just the Texas outbreak is more than the entire country saw in all of 2024. So, this is a big outbreak. This is not normal. And so it's extremely concerning what we're seeing with it. And so that's where just talking about some of the things that we've been doing, getting our response plan reviewed, updating our disease surveillance system and the data modernization, so that, we learned with Mpox being able to, because even though we don't have a measles case here, we get a lot of calls from people who are concerned about measles cases, doctors concerned about a rash, that our epidemiologists are having to respond to, investigate, conduct the interviews, identify contact tracing, identify possibly people who might have been exposed if it were a true case. So it's a lot, and so that's, also some of the reductions that we've lost are some of our epidemiology staff that do these investigations and try to control this. But the data modernization that we're using We are in much better shape with that because of that. I talked to the health department director out in Lubbock. They're using like spreadsheets and still trying to keep up with this stuff. But we are, able to incorporate it into our disease surveillance system. We've been working with a lab, and one of the things that's been impacted are some of the equipment that we purchased with that. And some of those equipment, even though they can do testing for COVID, it's not just COVID that these equipment are able to test. And so some of these, and we've been working with the state to develop our capacity to increase our measles capabilities should we need that. And so that's part of the impact of this and the cutbacks that we've seen. As I mentioned, we've contacted all the public ISD superintendents, all the private school ISD superintendents that had low vaccination coverage. We contacted all of the licensed daycares in Dallas County, provided information, offered vaccine assistance, provided letters to patients, provided on-site vaccination pop-ups, and now we're going to have to discontinue those on-site vaccination pop-ups, including with some sites that we'd already scheduled.
So, Doctor, let me go back to my original question, which was this. Do we see the outbreak of measles growing or shrinking right now?
It's still growing in West Texas. We are hoping it doesn't spread, certainly to our community. It's those vulnerable populations where you don't even get the protection of herd immunity, where you have large numbers of people who are unvaccinated. The closest area right now that there's some of these schools that we know have groups of unvaccinated kids. That's what we're trying to reach out to them.
And those schools are located within Dallas?
Yeah, and you can identify them again on the DCHHS website, some of the opt-out, the Texas law allows parents to opt out of the required school vaccinations. That's what you can see. What are those opt-out rates? You can see which school districts have lower vaccination coverage. And the one out in West Texas has like the lowest in Texas in terms of the vaccination.
Right. And Dr. Juan, one last question. In an ideal world, when we get funding back, how much money do you think that will be? In order for us to prevent, educate, and continue to do those 50 clinics that we're canceling, how much money will that cost?
I'll get back. I'm not going to give you a fun
You don't want to go down that road.
And this is what we've seen historically, the roller coaster funding for public health. We saw it after Ebola, it goes up, goes down, after Zika, after H1N1, and you would have thought after COVID, after what it did to our country, there would be a recognition on the importance of continued investment in the public health infrastructure, the preparedness and all that. We can work on exactly, what would take to,
But that will be probably around $70 million what we're losing on this.
Oh, that was for those funds that we received. We could probably do it for less than that.
Yeah, I would hope so, but again, y'all, that's just the first wave. I don't even want to start going down the road. That's the reason I continue to talk about making priorities. It's up to him as a department head. And by the way, 2018 was Ellis County, all unvaccinated. Ellis County. You were here. But anyway, Ellis County. Ellis County. Yeah. But my point is, you don't want to go down there because, like I said,
Got here 2019.
You got it in 2019? Damn, it sure seemed longer than that. But anyway, but what I really want us to be very careful, because like I said, this is just the first wave probably, and there are going to be the other things that are ahead. We're going to talk about public health versus public safety. Just got to be careful. I personally have an expectation he needs to manage that.
No, absolutely, and as we speak. There are, reports from the CDC regarding thousands of employees being laid off, and I'm hearing some of the emails and seeing some of that communication as
following up on what you just said, and following up a little bit on the Commissioner Price's question earlier. We understand that we are in a different environment than we were a year ago. Not only in staffing, but in the vulnerability with measles in particular. What plan does Dallas County, probably in Health and Human Services, have to address that, and I would hope aggressively?
Yeah, and these are some of the things, again, that we're doing as part of our plan. We've been having educational sessions with area school health staff, area hospital infection control practitioners, area physicians. We're working with Dallas County Medical Society. Next week, we're doing another continuing or educational session with the area physicians. You know, make sure they know all the vaccination requirements, isolation, quarantine protocols, infection control procedures, laboratory testing. You know, how do you get, if there's also post-exposure prophylaxis that could be given either within 72 hours of exposure or within 6 days, make sure they know about that. We're also doing the public education and, you know, our social media, local media messaging regarding the importance of vaccine. I mean, that's the thing. For this particular one, there's an easy solution. Anyone who is concerned about getting measles, just get up to date on the measles vaccine.
But, you know, unfortunately, doctor, anyone, it's not going to be many people that are going to be concerned about getting it, and it'll hit when it hits. I'm just trying to get as much ahead of the curve as we possibly can.
Absolutely, we share that same interest. Again, we're working very closely with a lot of the other local health departments across the state and across the country on this to share whatever else we can. You know, again, I've been almost in daily contact with the Lubbock Health Department Director and all of these to, you know, make sure that we're all as prepared as we can be in the context of all these cuts in funding and cuts in, you know, support from CDC. And that's one of the things.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question other than sending all the aspirin in the world out to Lubbock. Not you, the rest of the administration. As a result, are you starting to see vaccinations in a collaborative way being done in Lubbock?
I know that there are people on the ground, well, actually they may have left, but from CDC, there's some state health department persons. Now, I also understand that there is a local physician there that doesn't necessarily advocate or support vaccination and supports alternative things like vitamin A or cod liver oil and things, which, you know, that's what we need, consistency in the messaging from all levels, because that other messaging confuses people, and people then start to question, what should I be doing, when the simple messages get up to date on the vaccines. Now, they're also trying to reach out to trusted health, trusted community members in that community. I've actually tried to reach out to some also, and, you know, to be those messengers and get that message out. But it's hard, and I'm saying even we did some of these pop-ups and events at some of the schools, and I mean the results, you know, I mean it's not like everyone in that school came out to get their vaccine. So it's a difficult, as you say, it's difficult. But these are some of the other things that we've been doing, and then so that was all the measles stuff. I can go through the others. Aren't as exciting perhaps, but just I mean the good news is we're on the down. Well, that was again for the to show that what we usually show for our community outreach.
But it's all a part of public health. That's monitoring the status of water, and, you know, being aware of are there any other threats that appear to be creeping up.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's something, you know, since COVID we've been able to participate in wastewater monitoring. This is, you know, some of our flu numbers. I just want to show that the flu's going down based on some of the other surveillance systems we have versus, you know, for test positivity, and also we have syndromic surveillance, which is hospital emergency department chief complaint data that we monitor, so that bottom right chart. But then we, as we mentioned, we're also monitoring wastewater surveillance, and so that's something that's been a nice program that we've been able to work with City of Dallas and Garland and Sunnyvale, that they are providing those samples, and there's national support for that. Some of it through, it's called Wastewater Scan, and also CDC, so that we're not having to pay anything for that. And we're getting these reports and this participation. Now, I'm not sure exactly how some of these funding cuts may impact that. And I'm hearing in other places that the funding cuts are impacting wastewater surveillance. You know, we're not directly paying for that, but we're taking advantage of these other resources at no cost to us. So it may impact these reports that I've been providing, you know, every presentation. But that's, again, you can see the flu numbers are going down. Here's RSV has, you know, been down, and then here's confirmed with the wastewater data. So it's been, again, really good that we've had these multiple systems to monitor and to look and understand. And this is something that we've been developing. And again, totally, really appreciate all the support that you've had for our modernization of the data so we can have this information. And it's so important for anything that we're doing.
And it's incredible that even when we have the data to prove and show why these resources are necessary, we're still getting caught. Yeah. And we're losing a team, and I just saw the picture in the presentation, that has done a phenomenal job for Dallas County and the 2.6 million people in this county. I hate to see some of them go. Thank you,
absolutely.
Dr.
And this is where, again, I mean, the messaging should be
it works, right? The message should be, it works, let's keep it, let's keep doing it. At the end of the day, it's a healthy community, but sometimes Dr. Huang and the weaponization, like Commissioner said, just, is going to have to learn by themselves that this is public health, and public health means millions of people. Thank you.
Commissioner Price, you have the next set of presentations.
With regards, and I said earlier to Parkland, it's interesting. I got another memo. The lady was all that with Black maternal health, and there's a recent piece where the lady drew blood and labeled it King Kong's blood. That'll be the next episode of the Monkey Mugs Chronicle. And by the way, just in case you don't know, she happened to be African American. And somebody drew the blood. But hot off the press is another edition of Monkey Mugs Chronicle, Racism. And that's that piece we keep saying, not bias. Racism and discrimination have never been funny. Not even on this April Fool's Day. Here is how the Independent introduced the latest episode, and I quote, "The family of a California black fifth grader is raising their concerns after the child was gifted a toy monkey, toilet, and fake poop as a prize for school fundraising. Genesis Thomas, a student at Mann Elementary School in Long Beach, a Los Angeles suburb, raised $160 for the fundraiser. In return, her teacher gave her the toy, which her great uncle, Craig Polk, found inappropriate. And I quote, African Americans have been referred to as monkeys throughout history. And for her to receive a monkey, it's unacceptable, just unacceptable, he told Fox 11. The family now wants an apology and for the school staff to undergo sensitivity training. Yeah. The students' family members say they contacted the school's principal last week and again on Monday, but did not get a response. In a statement, a spokesperson for the Long Beach Unified School District said that the toy was one of several prizes available. And all of their corresponding donation levels were communicated to families in advance. And I quote, "We want to be clear that there was no intention to cause harm or offense. We sincerely apologize for any hurt or frustration this situation may have caused to our students, our families, and the broader school community," the spokesperson said. There's no sorrier excuse for racism and discrimination than, quote, "we are sorry." So sorry and apologize don't go far enough to address the underlying issue. But that's all you get at Parkland Hospital and apparently throughout these yet to be United States. JPM efforts help to decrease the jail population cost comparisons, the length of stay, the cost before jail population involvement, and the length of stay cost after jail population involvement. There is a $6 million difference so far in just 2025 alone. Ms. Randolph, I thought I saw you earlier. Come forward. $6 million different in just these few months with regards to your management of the jail population. Because what we have is that the Criminal Justice Department is still meeting with the judges. You continue to make some progress, but at the early detention system, you're at 84%, and that the cases disposed of was about 17,000. You've reached that you're supposed to reach that by August the 1st. You're compliant with your 35-day reporting time frame, and you're continuing to work. Currently, you got 244, Commissioner Solomon, waiting for state hospital beds for competency restoration. This is down from 2024 when we had 300 waiting, and in 2023 when we had 350 waiting. But, it's still, we're in the throes of that lawsuit. So there's a $6 million difference so far in 2025 with regards to those numbers. Yes. Is that, and why, for the record, just why is that? Is it because of what criminal justice is doing?
Mm-hmm. Hi, good morning. Charlene Randolph, Dallas County Criminal Justice Department Director. The $26 million that we saw, the difference when we compare the length of stay before the Criminal Justice Department's jail population management team does an inquiry, and then after that inquiry, the length of stay reduced by over 50 days, and that is what contributes to that $26 million difference that we saw by the end of 2024. They're continuing that work in 2025, and as you said already, $5 to $6 million difference. This doesn't happen without deliberate intervention, looking at each case, and also working with each stakeholder to make them aware of when there appears to be some action that is needed, and working with them to ensure that information gets from one place to the other so that that action can take place. And so it is initiated by many, but the work that we're talking about right now is with the jail pop management team. But it takes everyone in the criminal justice system to make those movements happen. And so, again, we've talked consistently about the temp workers and them aiding in that work that allows us to research additional people. As you all know, and I think as you reported, the DULY system is still not functioning correctly. And so we were working with the list that we had, but sometime in January, LaShonda Jefferson, which is one of the assistant directors in the Criminal Justice Department, and over this effort, wanted to start looking at every individual that was in jail. And that is when we discovered that there were people, I think as you mentioned last time I was here in court, there were people that did not have a court setting for a whole year. And there were several people that met that criteria, and they were in our county jail. And so this effort is worthwhile. The numbers that you see speak for themselves, the amount of savings or the difference when we compare the length of stay before our intervention to after. Those are real numbers, but these are real people that are being affected. So far in 2025, I know we talked about the amount of people, the number of dollars that were, that the difference was, but there were over 9,000 people researched, and over 1,100 of them were released after our intervention and working with stakeholders to facilitate whatever action was needed to move that case along, if it was to the community or to another facility. But the goal is to make sure that nobody stays in our system, in our jail, longer than is absolutely necessary.
The extraction of those individuals, and I noticed when I pushed it out to you and to Ms. Richardson, those individuals, I don't know how no one stays in a facility for a year without a setting. How do we billboard that to the affected courts? That's, I mean, it can't be that your discovery, our follow-up, our handoff to you. There's got, and do you see some courts being impacted more than others?
I can't speak to courts one court being impacted more than the other. I can say that for most of the judiciary, we include the judge and the prosecutor and the defense, as well as the court coordinator, on all of those inquiries that go out where there appears to be some type of action that's needed. And I will say that most of the judges have had a good response to our inquiries. And if the case has not been set, sometimes they didn't know that it wasn't set for whatever reason. And so once we make that aware, I've gotten emails in the middle of the night from judges saying, we're going to set this case. And so that routinely happens. I think that the more that we continue to do that, I think that brings awareness to the judges that action is needed. We're also, as you mentioned, we'll be meeting with the judges this week to not just give them information on some of the information that we produce in the jail population packet that they had questions about, but also to provide information on what we do as a collective in the criminal justice department to aid them in the work that they do to move cases and also to become aware. So again, it's sometimes the information hasn't gotten to them, or they're just not aware that something needs to happen. And the inquiries from the jail population coordinators is helping to highlight that. And most of the times there is action taken.
And again, I'm going to thank Dr. Watkins and for those temporary individuals who have assisted in finding those individuals. And believe me, it's called a ROI, a return on investment. Believe me, it is definitely.
And to you, Ms. Randolph, because I mean, you have been in the forefront of being able to communicate with everyone. And I want to thank you for that. And those coordinators are people that are doing a lot of work, sometimes even by hand. So we appreciate that, considering that we're still trying to move systems around Dallas County. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Randall.
Thank you.
I'd like to get together and have a conversation about the mechanization of some of the tasks that you are assigned to do and where that stands. So we'll be getting in contact with you, and thank you very much.
Yes, we stand ready to walk you through what we do. It takes toggling between multiple systems to get information on one client. And as you know, most clients don't have one thing or one charge. They have multiple charges and multiple things that are happening. So it takes a lot of time, and we're using multiple systems to do that. So I'd love to talk to you more about that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
With regards to number 3, I'm going to pass to the next time because I really want to go back to make sure that we are, Mr. Hamilton, that we're in compliance with KP 0478. And I will definitely give you a copy of that, but I will go into depth with it the next time. The update on elections, polling equipment, and readiness for a May election. Mr. Garcia, I appreciate the fact that you're still working on it. You said that before this evening, we will have what I call the readiness for the May election plan. So I told him he stayed and worked on that this morning, but I do have some real concerns from the logistics plan, and I've asked him to reduce it to writing, and I'm sure everyone else wants to see it as well. But, so he's working on that. That's the reason he's not here. We've talked about the impacts of federal grant and loan freeze on county operations. Dr. Warren meshed that into his deal. The 22nd century contract still got issues with regards to that contract, Mr. Reed. Somebody signed up to speak. There was somebody did not hear. Okay. And I'm going to spare the court today, but I'm going to leave it on this Texas Juvenile Justice Department DOJ report. I started it in the juvenile department, and what I find interesting is that there's a 74-page report. It's now before the state legislature and that committee with regards to TJJD. But this is the same agency that comes in and says that somehow Dallas County was in violation of a number of things. And having talked to some of the legislators with regards to this, of so-called failing to keep children safe from harm, the investigation that talks about everything from sexual abuse, which we saw none of that on back. I will go through this report in detail. So I know you look forward to that, and it is coming. That being the case, Judge, that's pretty much it.
All right. That takes us to our consent agenda.
Remove personnel.
Is that your request or your?
It is.
Oh, okay. All right. So we will now have the vote on the consent agenda minus personnel. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And next we have the personnel. This is all personnel because I'm not sure which ones were. So it's all personnel. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Any discussion?
The only discussion is I'm a no vote on the juvenile personnel.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I abstain.
Abstain. Want more information?
Okay. That motion passes 2-1. All right. With 2 abstentions. Next we have the bids. Is there a motion on the bids?
I'll move the bids.
And I second.
I have some concerns here.
All right. Any discussion?
If someone will, in the clerk's office, that's county clerk's office. See Mr. One here. I'm trying to figure out, so I made so many dadgum notes. In this funding, this number 2, Mr. Warren, you're here. Does this particular product, this is about furniture primarily? I got that funding source. Maybe it was on over here. I got so many notes. I'm sorry. Yeah, M1. That's M1, not L. That's M1. The funding source. I got that. That's from your fund.
Yes.
I'm okay with that. But don't go nowhere because M1's coming up. I got you. Okay, Judge, that's fine.
So you have
That's so many
you have a
notes.
motion and a second?
Yes. Yeah.
Call the question, Judge.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next we have the RFP.
I'll move it. I got a question.
And I second.
Mr. Frost, what is this respondent of one? Most respondent of one. I've seen a lot. I've never seen that. This is a 5-year service price agreement for pharmacists in charge.
Yes, sir.
And what is a respondent of one?
We received one. We went through the normal process, advertised, and this is a pretty unique request. So we went out to the public. The incumbent did not quote on this for an RFQ qualifications, right? So qualifications are based on the qualified vendor that comes in, then you negotiate costs. So in this case, this vendor that's being recommended is the current provider for Tarrant County Health, City of Houston Health, Texas Department of State of Health, San Antonio Metro Health District. So they are doing this practice. So we just received one respondent, right? So we did go out to the public, and in this case, we're happy to receive one. We'd like to have more, obviously, for competition, but in this case, we only received one.
What was the cost if it's a 5-year service agreement or if it's 1 year, what was the last cost?
It went up from the prior contractor, but the contractor wouldn't quote, right? So they wouldn't compete with us. So the cost, I have that here.
And is this about discharging outdated meds? Is that correct?
Well, I'll let Dr. Wong talk about the specific scope because he probably has more information. But from my understanding, it's there's certain Class D drugs have to be administered through the pharmacist. So we have doctors, of course, that write the prescriptions. They come in and do Class D license and ensure we're in compliance with the state, and they do audits of our current situation inside of all of our clinics to make sure that everything is rotated, and they just do consulting work on that side. So they have a role in dispersing certain medications, but they also are overseeing the operations to ensure we're in compliance with all statutes.
Okay, so what was the last vendor? Because this is $170,000, and is that for all 5 years?
Yes, sir. It's for all 5 years, and it was $8,166 a month compared to.
So 8, that's 72.
Right.
Okay.
Compared to the current monthly rate of just to be the service provider and come in and do consulting work at $21,840 a month. So it's significantly higher than our prior provider.
I guess so. It was $21,000 a month?
Now, yes, sir. Yes, for the current provider, and the prior was $8,000, and they determined they didn't want to come back to do business with Dallas County. So I don't know what that rationale was from that provider, but the single RFQ respondent is currently providing the services at comparable prices across these other agencies.
Is this what you're seeing across the board in contracts that are coming to Dallas County, or is this a unique situation?
It's a unique situation. Typically, we'd have competition to compare, right? So we don't have competition to compare. You call the other references to see if they're doing good work, and the prices are comparable with those other agencies. So in this case, looking at their references, Tarrant County Health, City of Houston, Texas Department of State Health Services, San Antonio Health, they're all comparable with their pricing.
Okay. Okay, Judge.
And we have the previous vendor. I'm sorry, Commissioner Press. The previous vendor was with us for a long time. It was a small family-owned business, wasn't it?
Right. It was. It was with us for a long time, and they just decided not to compete with us this time. So I'm not sure of the reasoning for that, but they decided they didn't want to compete in this situation. Maybe it's a small-owned firm that couldn't handle capacity. Maybe it was just more than they expected. So in this case, we went out and searched in the region and came up with this firm that's being used by the other public health agencies.
Right. They're probably all together in a group.
Right.
They can compete. Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Fresh.
Judge. Got it. Motion second.
What's that? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next, that takes us to our court orders. We have speakers on 36. You want to read off the polls?
Bless you.
Sorry, guys. Thank you.
Say that again, Judge. We didn't quite catch you through the sneeze.
Sorry about that,
Yeah.
guys.
Go ahead.
I was asking if anyone wanted to make a motion and read off the pulled court orders and reminding everyone we had speakers on 36.
Well, and there are a number of them we pulled.
Yeah, do you want to pull 36? I know Mr. Brodsky and Ms. Can are here today. Do you want to pull it so we can
I'll
move
pull it for
forward?
separte vote so that they can come
Okay,
speak would
so
be great.
would you stop the rules, Commissioner? And I second.
Yes,
second your
so
motion?
moved.
Okay, second to stop the rules, for me, Commissioner.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Bailiff, would you please read the?
Yeah, the rules.
Well,
of the
well,
quorum.
wait a minute, wait,
We're
what
gonna
did you?
pull out 36, Commissioner.
Well, you pulled 36 out, but I told you, I just told Mr. Warren, I got.
You got others to pull out, too.
Yeah, I got
think
others.
was
I gave
mentioned-
them a whole list to pull.
Yeah, I've got it
No,
here.
but
So I-
we'll go through that.
Yeah, we'll come back to that, promise.
Okay, so you're wanting to give them.
Right,
okay.
right,
Yes.
Okay,
All right, will the bailiff please read the rules of decorum for our public speaker?
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personnel, impertinent, profane, or slanderous remarks and boisterous conduct are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all applause are to be kept brief in observance of time constraints. Disruptive visitors and or registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State Penal Code Sections 38.13, 42.1, and 42.5. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes.
All right, and again, this is for public speakers on the matter of Court Order 36. If you're a public speaker on a topic not on our agenda, then we will hear from you at the normal time.
But, hold on, Judge, can Dr. Watkins lay it out before they speak?
Oh, sure, go ahead.
This project here was with Housing Forward for Homeless program in Dallas County, and this is a ARPA swap project that was originally under ARPA, and we did a swap, and it'll be funded through general fund.
Thank you.
What number was that again?
36.
36.
Okay.
The first speaker is?
All right, the first speaker is Sarah Kahn.
So I'm actually Ray Clay. Sarah had to leave for another meeting. I'm the Chief Program Officer at Housing Forward. First, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We want to express gratitude to all of the court for their continued support of ending homelessness in Dallas County.
Hang on 1 second, please. So this speaker is not signed up to speak. That requires a unanimous consent of the court.
So, second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Go ahead.
Thank you. Since 2021, Dallas County has been a leader in expanding solutions to homelessness. Those strategic investments have led to a few things. We've helped over 15,500 residents reconnect with housing, a 24% reduction in unsheltered homelessness, effectively ending veteran homelessness, and then the lowest homeless count in nearly a decade. We still have a lot of work to do. The Street to Home initiative being considered today is a $30 million effort that helps to continue that progress with a stronger focus on answering calls from community members and local businesses to address public safety concerns and resolve street homelessness. Historically, the only tools that local government had were to move people along or to ticket them and arrest them. However, we all know that in the absence of a pathway off the street for those individuals, we are not having any meaningful impact on homelessness or bringing the community the result that they are really looking for. Street to Home provides a new tool that brings integrated behavioral health care and rehousing assistance directly on site at encampments. Teams work daily with our neighbors at these locations to help individuals connect to comprehensive care and move off the street and into a home where they can stabilize and recover. This effort aims to cut unsheltered homelessness in half by 2026, while also saving payers over $15 to $20 million a year by avoiding the cost of managing homelessness in our hospitals, jails, and emergency shelters. Street to Home is a cost-smart investment that will help us begin to expand that model across the county. Thank you.
Judge, if I may, could I ask a couple of quick questions, if you don't mind? As I understand it, you're off to the city next to ask for additional funds from them as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Very good. And hopefully this will inspire our colleagues over at the city. Tell me a little bit, if you would, if an individual is homeless and we know them, one of our commissioners know a specific individual who might be homeless, how do we get them into your hands and make sure that they get housed through this program?
So there is a homeless crisis hotline that kind of directs people to where they need to go, but we have access points all over the county, and that's really where they start. Going to these access points, they're able to go through some planning with people to ask questions about, is diversion something that they need, or their family members in other states, other counties, things like that, that we can send them to. So they go through housing problem solving. If none of those are really options, then they get put on our CAS, coordinated access system, and then that's how they are on a pathway to housing.
And if one of the individual commissioners have someone in mind that they want to help, they could contact Housing Forward to help with that. Is that correct?
Yes, we have a director of CAS that can kind of help direct them to an access point.
Bless you, thank you. I'm really excited about this program. I know it's been very helpful. You all have had a lot of success, true?
Yes, very true.
All right, and we know that the feds are getting less and less inclined to help, and so I think it's important that we, the county, become that fire line and help with this homelessness, and thank you for being there.
Well, I
Keeping your eyes
don't want,
open to that.
go ahead, I don't want us to get too excited, because, I mean, I know what your ask was, and I know what we have appropriated. And so I guess I'm a little concerned about what I consider to be the shortfall between what you ask and what we have appropriated. What do you see as your path to try to accommodate that other 50% request?
Yeah, so we mentioned that it's a $30 million effort. We had $10 million from federal, $10 million that we're doing a private raise on, and then another $10 million from local funding, so, and public funding. So for us, if we're not able to get that other $2.5 million, that's where we either have to go back to private and see if we can do some type of private raise, or we have to be under the understanding, like, we have a really good system working already, but look at efficiencies of how we can use current dollars to try to serve more people. Is it an eligibility thing? What's going on in order for us to continue the work?
Right, and I bring that up on because you've been here this morning and you've listened to, you know, kind of where we find ourselves. Of course, I said that when I met with you guys, you know, I understand the $2.5 million. That's just me. The rest of the court may know where they can get another $2.5 million. But these days, I think Dallas County.
The pockets are empty.
Yeah, well, I think, and I just wanted to put that on the record because I was very forthcoming with regards to it. I appreciate the effort. It appears as though it's paying dividend. Did you get that sheet that they were supposed?
Yes,
Did
they
you
sent me all the documentation.
Okay. So I appreciate that follow-up, and I think you can probably raise it in the private sector, but I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Well, and I think that the beauty of what Housing Forwards brings to the table is not only the housing navigation in different languages, because our housing population is a diverse population as well. It brings the rental assistance, it brings the case management, that is so important. And more importantly, like you all hear all the conversation this morning, integrated behavioral health. Because as we in Dallas County say, anyone that we can prevent to go into the Dallas County Jail is money well spent. And it's not a secret that our county jail has about 50% of the incarcerated that have some kind of mental problem. So this program will create the data that will continue and hopefully help us raise all the funds that we need to do this program, you know, with the $30 million that is required. Thank you, Mr. Brodsky. Thank you to Sarah. Thank you to you all for being here. It's a good partnership. Let's go ahead and work hard. Gracias.
All right, and our next speaker on this issue is Mr. Peter Brodsky.
Thank you very much, and I'll be mindful and not try to be too boisterous this morning.
I won't repeat the facts that Ray said, but I did just want to make a couple of additional points. The first is you're getting a great return on this investment because it's being matched by so many other sources, including the city of Dallas. And while we are going to the city of Dallas next week, they have already committed the same amount of money that you have. So we're going back for our second tranche from the city. So the city is matching. If the vote goes as we expect and hope next week, they will end up putting in the full $5 million that we asked for. But they've already committed, and we have a signed agreement on the first tranche of that. I think Commissioner Price will not love what I'm about to say, given his prior comments, and I don't love what I'm about to say, but the fact of the matter is that, as we heard earlier this morning, we do not have enough affordable housing in this community. And until we have enough affordable housing in this community, there are going to be people falling into homelessness every single year. Last year, I think it was 8,600 or 8,700 people fell into homelessness, which means that in order for us to get reductions in homelessness, we have to house that many people plus one. And so my hope is that over time, we can begin to integrate this sort of funding into both city and county budgets so that we're not coming here on a one-off basis, but this is just something that is funded on a regular basis, because unfortunately, as everyone pointed out earlier, we have a big hill to climb on the affordable housing front. And there's a lot of debate about what causes homelessness, and mental illness is a problem. Drug addiction is a major problem, but there's only one thing that every single homeless person has in common, and that is that they're unhoused. And there are plenty of people with behavioral health issues and addiction issues that end up staying housed. The fundamental issue that we have to deal with here is affordable housing, and that's a generational problem. Until then, we've got to keep running on that treadmill. So we're incredibly grateful for your consideration this morning, and we're going to keep on coming back. And if there's no money, we'll have to figure out a way to do it. But I don't want to be disingenuous and tell you that this is the last time we'll ever come to you, because this is a problem that just continues and continues until we can have a city in which either everybody makes a wage where they can afford market rate housing, or we have enough subsidized housing. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Well, Judge, and I don't need you, in fact, you can't respond, but Mr. Brodsky, I just want to say, as you heard me today talk about, 40% of my district have been transportation deprived. I just want to thank you and commend you that I understand that while Parkland has put a footprint down, UT Southwestern has a footprint down. I want to commend you. It is my understanding that children's health, as we talk about Black maternal health, children's health has finally put a footprint down south of I-30. And I want to commend you and your organization, because that makes all the difference in the world. The campuses south by UT Southwestern is the most utilized campus in the system. Given Frisco, South Lake, it doesn't matter. Number one is Redbird reimagined in terms of utilization. Access makes all the difference. Thank you.
Judge, I'll move passage of item number 36.
Second. We already have the motion.
We
already have the motion and the
God bless.
second.
Sorry,
He just
didn't
has
mean
to
to
call
redo.
the question.
Yeah, it was a motion second. I can't remember who it was, but let's all vote.
It was Commissioner Summerman, second by Commissioner Garcia.
Right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right. Great job, guys.
I move agenda, oh no, we're going to we're ready for the court orders, right?
Yes, we're ready for the court.
I move court orders 1 to 30, addendums 31 to 39, pulling by staff number 13, for individual vote, items number 17, pulled by Dr. Garcia, 28, pulled by Commissioner Summerman, 32, pulled by Commissioner Garcia, and Commissioner Price has some comments on regular agenda. So with that being said, I pulled those items as mentioned.
Those are for separate vote, right? Not for
Correct.
clearance.
I mean,
yes.
correct. By separate, but Commissioner Price items are for discussion only.
And so you don't need yours pulled, right?
I don't need them.
No.
All right.
And
So
thank
that-
you, Commissioner Price. It was very clear today. Thank you to the clerks as well. I think we're getting this down.
All right. And there's a motion and there was a second, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. I don't know who's second. Who's second?
Yeah.
Commissioner
I'll
Price.
second
you?
it. I'll second.
Okay.
All right, so this takes us to our non-pulled court orders. There are some comments, so commenters, go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Price.
M1, back to the, Mr. Clerk, with regards to this particular system that I take it you're paying for, county has no money, so $1 million. Does Sir?
I'm sorry, excuse me, Commissioner. It's being paid for by both me and Ms. Petrie, the district clerk.
Well, okay.
Yes.
Okay, the clerks, thank
Yes.
you. Anyway, my issue was when I looked at that software and I'm not able to peel it, does this software embrace what I'm calling the soft code product? Is that a part of this suite? Because that's continuing to bother me based on some other stuff, and we're gonna deal with it in closed session. Soft code product, you're aware of the soft code product?
Yes, Commissioner, I am.
Okay. Does by any chance this product embrace that soft code product?
I'm going to address that, Commissioner, in two different ways. It does in the future. This kind of lays the foundation. This particular item, it's about a product that we have acquired that we're using, a Tyler product. It's called CSI. It's basically auto intelligence to do artificial intelligence to do simple filings from our e-file queue. As it relates to the soft code product that you're mentioning, that's one of the things that we put on hold while we did the implementation of our Odyssey for the criminal courts. We're now wanting to bring soft code back for, if you don't understand what soft code is, it is basically an automation for citation of service. Right now, that is a paper process, and we're now wanting to automate that process so that whether it's the sheriffs or constables who is actually serving that citation, instead of us waiting for those papers to get back to the county or district clerk's office or even to the JP office, to the JP courts, that will be automatically uploaded into our case management system. We need to have soft code to become part of the full package of what we have to make our case management or the judicial system completely automated. That would be an easier process where if you look at time on task, I'll just do one citation. We will print the citation, the constables or the sheriffs will go out, they'll serve the papers, and then they will get the papers back to us. This process actually shortcuts that. It's only a matter of the sheriffs or the constables going out and serving, and it's automatically uploaded back to us into the system. That's one less document that we have to scan and pull into our case management system.
Dr. Arena, like I said, I just couldn't peel it back. But what concerns me is this, and we're going to talk a little bit about another report, a Gardner report. This gets us. This is $1 million on that dadgum mainframe. This will get us off, help get us off that mainframe. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And so I'm trying to figure out what's the hold up. Maybe I'm missing something. I understand you're laying the foundation, but I'm trying to figure out how far behind is this so-called soft code product since it's not in it now.
Well, if I can, I do want to add, while we're now going to address this kind of like a parallel process, while we're trying to get everyone ready for soft code, we're actually going to have a meeting, I think today or tomorrow, I can't remember my calendar, to meet with all the stakeholders to address the soft code. But we're also preparing for the upgrade to Odyssey 2023. Right now, when we went live, we were on 2019, but we're upgrading to 2023. We're wanting to go up. We want to go live with Odyssey 2023, and then pull in soft code to do the work that it's going to be doing. So I guess in terms of time, I would say hopefully less than 6 months, positively, maybe shorter than that if possible.
Can I ask a quick question on this? I know that we have been working to get off the mainframe for a dozen years.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
is part of that the continuous evolving of the environment that we live in regarding criminal justice and health and human service software packages that we currently use?
I'm not quite sure about what the others. This is only about those departments that, basically in the judicial system of criminal justice, that actually uses or have access to our case management system and the functions thereof.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I'm going to do what I'm planning to do at each of the continuous improvement meetings to give you updates on where we are with a lot of the applications, particularly with now that we've launched the artificial intelligence to assist us in doing the work. Our staff is actually now doing work that is within 48 hours. It's the dream of the Supreme Court to have documents in a trial court available and accessible to the public and to the litigants within 24 hours. Right now, that's impossible, but it's now something we are able to achieve with the assistance of the artificial intelligence. So as we look at it, Dr. Daniel, from a holistic standpoint, once we create those foundations, then we're able to see how far out we can go with expanding that automation or pulling in additional automation to assist.
I'd like to have a follow-up conversation about that, how that process is step by step.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Warren, this will be implemented by, obviously paid by you and Ms. Petrie, and then implemented by their team?
Because it's going to be software as a service, which means that we're handing all of that responsibility over to Tyler. Yes, Dr.
Perfect.
Garcia will
So
be there.
our IT department and all of
Our IT department will be engaged, but the lion's share of the work will be done by Tyler.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, we're
So for us, it would be basically end-user testing. We're working with them on the work that we have to do, but the majority of that work would be done by Tyler.
great. I mean, as you probably know, we're barely head above water on the other side. So
Yes.
thank you so much, Mr.
Okay.
Warren. I appreciate
right.
it. And you have a motion. Oh, Commissioner
No,
Price?
I
Oh, you
got
still have-
another
okay.
5. Mr. Masson, I think you made that clear for the record, because if you're following the briefing, that it's a $70,000 contract, but it's a change order, as I understand it.
Yes, sir, happy to
Oh,
clarify that.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. You're in another item now, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, I'm
sorry.
mo- yeah, I'm
sorry.
moving-
Okay.
Yeah, I'm moving up to all the way.
And I believe Mr. Gray also followed up with you. I also briefed with the fire marshal. This is a change order to a previously issued work order.
What is the item number?
That's number
14.
5. Well, no, that's 5. I'm just going down the line. No, 14 is Dr. Wong. I'll give it him just a minute. I was just going down the comments.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So item 5 is a change order to a previously issued work order for design services.
Right.
This is relative to HVAC and building management system work that's taking place at Henry Wade. The design services work order deals with integrating the fire control system to the new building management system. So I agree with you. I reread the information too. It's not clear that it's a change order. I think when that is clarified, it all hopefully
Right.
makes
Okay.
sense.
It makes sense now, because as I said, I saw design farm, saw
Yes,
capital.
so I worked with both facilities and the fire marshal to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Okay, and then last thing I'd ask is that the fire marshal definitely be included. What concerns me always with these systems, they put the systems in, and then he is tasked with having to.
Agree with you, especially with the older buildings when you're doing that work. So we'll absolutely make sure that both facilities and the fire marshal are working together.
Okay, Thank you, sir. Let's see here, I got, court hard restroom costs, I saw that. Target low income.
This is what you send us.
Yes, yeah, I know, but I'm going to 14. 14 is Dr. Wong. This is those professional services that I continue. I saw his response, but my problem is that the reason I pulled this the last time is I wanted to make sure we set clear expectations regarding the renewal of consultant contracts for what they call CQM, which is Clinical Quality Management System. Now, this supposed includes ensuring fiscal responsibility, developing, that's the operative word, developing internal staff capacity and reducing long-term dependence on consultants. Now, Dallas County has spent $587,000 on external consultants for quality management functions from 2020 to 2025. And I have not seen what I'm able to glean as a meaningful transition to internal staff, most of who are in position today. Now, Dallas County Health and Human Services is requesting approval for an additional $472,000 consultant contract for 2 more years. Now, bringing the total consultant relating spending to nearly $1.6 million. So the second request comes despite the fact in previous courts I've questioned the continued reliance on consultants and calling for a shift toward internal capacity. Now, this revised Dallas County Health and Human Services consultant still does not address the directives. Several key issues remain unresolved and should be addressed before approving another $1 million for work that should largely fall within the responsibility of existing staff. And what my staff did is went through the summary of outstanding issues. You know, internal staff to take ownership of the overall PM tracking committees and the QI by the end of 2025. Status is in the revised proposal, not confirmed. You know, submission of transition plan within 60 days, still not submitted, missing entirely. Targeted training, upskilling plan, coaching mentioned for this particular item, but no structured plan, just a reference only. Define the performance metric for staff, none was provided. I mean, I don't know if they think I just sit around and just think of stuff and don't, I mean, this has been clearly architected. You know, measurable benchmarks to reduce OE reliance, none included. Now, this is stuff I gave them. I gave the doctor. Timeline for OE to shift to specialized TA. The scope continues through 2027. No reduction plan. The consultant deliverables tied to KPIs. No performance measure for OE work. Omitted. What are we doing? Training materials included in budget. Still excluded. Year 2 costs. The control, the rate cap. No caps. It still allows rate adjustment. Cost risk remains. The late fee removal. Claimed removal, not updated in the proposal. Unclear. Consultant role limited to TA, still involved in daily operations, not limited. Consultant impact measurable, no outcomes or benchmarks reported. Missing. Phase consultant to staff transition, no phase out. Approach or timeline, still missing. What? I mean, did somebody just think that I didn't have anything else to do? And so I just went through this the last time. We got $1.6 million, and you know, all I've asked for is required actions to be addressed in the QM proposal. To submit a revised proposal that includes a clear transition plan with quarterly milestones, defined staff leadership roles and succession, KPIs for internal staff performance, a plan for phasing out routine consultant support. You know, restructure the consultant scope, limit role to strategic technical assistance only, eliminate consultants from routine monitoring, data tracking, and committee facilitation. Same way with fiscal accountability. You know, compliance, transparency. You know, we talk about all of this. I give you all of this in writing, and then we turn around and we're still doing the same thing. And I gave that, you know. So the revised proposal still fails to meet the clearly stated ask requirements. Continue to rely on external consultants without a defined transition to internal leadership is both fiscally irresponsible and operationally unsustainable. I mean, no further contracts with organization empowerment or any consulting group should be considered without a fully revised proposal. This proposal must include a concrete, actionable strategy to build internal capacity and a structured, time-bound plan to reduce dependency on external consultants. The fact is, it is being submitted as a non-compete. A non-compete raises additional concerns, introducing competition, maybe better serve the goal of strengthening and empowering the staff already in place. It's a non-compete contract. I'm doing $1.6 million. And I asked for all of that, Judge, in a generated memo. And so, and none of it, it's like, I didn't say anything.
You have discovered ChatGPT and you're putting it on.
I damn sure am. You got it.
All right, Sonia, you got anything before we take a vote on this? You want to address any of that?
Yes, Dr. Wong did have to step away for a national call, but we did develop a SharePoint website with many of the materials that you had referenced. I will add, in context of the $30 million that we receive for HIV services at HHS, only 0.5% of the Ryan-White dollars go to consultant support and specifically for CQM. Additionally, HRSA does allow for 3% of our budget to go to these activities. In addition to just providing service delivery and medications and support for clients, we want to ensure that we're providing quality service and they are measured and that there are improvements in patient outcomes. And so that's what that support is enabling us to do.
But how long? How long are you going to continue, to go down this road? That staff has been there and it's been attached. Why?
Yes, I will also add, we've added a new subrecipient agency onto the Ryan-White system. Additionally, the EHE subrecipients are also getting personalized technical assistance for all the services that they do provide. We definitely want every one of our staff members to be an expert in their roles. We recognize, though, that with some turnover within subrecipient agencies, even personalities meshing well, that getting this expert support from people who've been trained by HRSA, specifically their CQII Institute, the Clinical Quality Institute at the national level, has been priceless for our program and has really allowed us the coaching to address all of the findings that we've had. It's equivalent to less than 1 FTE per program, to just add that additional context. And with potential federal funding freezes or cuts, it is much easier to reduce consultant work than letting a staff member go.
I totally agree.
I would also add the ultimate goal of clinical quality management is to improve health outcomes in Dallas County. As most folks in here know, viral suppression has hovered around 60% for over a decade here. Our numbers have been stagnant for over a decade. This was part of the reason for the investment in ending the HIV epidemic funds. The Ending the HIV Epidemic is a 10-year initiative, recognizing that if it takes decades to get to the numbers that we are today, it's going to take some time to start to see the impacts. So we agree. We definitely want to outline the long-term transition plan, while at the same time acknowledging that it does take some time to go from no quality improvement initiatives, no performance measurement, no infrastructure, to sort of flexing our muscles to that, to having full proficiency.
Could you give us your name and your position as well as?
My name is Miranda Grant. I'm the Ending the HIV Epidemic Program Manager at Dallas County.
But did y'all get this? This is what just a summary of outstanding items. I generated it.
We did get your correspondence.
Okay, so I guess my only concern is the arrangement still basically seems to be the same.
When can we expect an update on the variety of programs and what's going on with Dallas County with them?
Yeah, I mean, I think we did what we're trying to do with clinical quality management has 3 components. It's complex. We're trying to simplify that to give a
we can
clear
read, but yeah.
understanding. Yeah, because we did provide about 37 different documents, supporting documents, as well as a 38-slide PowerPoint. We reduced it down, but I think to your point, Commissioner Price, looking at specific transition plans so that we can scale back the consultant support, and that's what we can better outline for you all. And I know there was a request to have that within 60
But
days.
you're asking me for another $500,000 today in this, and as I said, then the $474,000, and it brings the total, according to my staff, to $1.6 million.
I think that's a miscalculation.
Okay.
We haven't had $1.6 million worth of TA, but
1.6 what?
million. I think that calculation's incorrect.
Okay.
And additionally, the $400,000.
The other one was
amount-
500,000, and then this one is 474,000.
And that's for the 2 programs for 2 years. So it's about 100,000 and change per year per program.
And let me say, as the designee for Ryan White dollars and the person who oversaw that weekly meeting when we were trying to pull out of a tailspin, I just seeing you up here, Sonia, I saw your leadership firsthand when we worked on Ebola together, and the work that you've done. And this is beyond what don't get me in trouble with Barbara, this is beyond what we're talking about with this corridor today. Just the work that you've done since you got there and started running this Ryan White program has been outstanding. You're doing an outstanding job as well. I'll be supporting y'all today. You're one of the few people that they get me, you had me at Sonia wants this, okay?
Well, no, and I'm with Sonia, but I just want to know, when does coaching cost $150 to $250 an hour? You can hire staff. I mean, see, my problem is, and Sonia, I've talked before I got that, but $150 to $250 an hour?
Was this, I understood that part of this, and I hear this, is because the state wants some of these consultants as well?
Well, in the feds.
No.
HRSA did recommend.
HRSA recommended.
And then
But-
our state health department as well supports this proposal because they've coached the state as well in their own
Right, so if we just go against them, we might finish without anything, right?
So somebody's friend, but $150 to $250 an hour
Yep.
is what it's costing us, okay?
The going rate for consultants at the federal level as well.
That's the rate for the consultant.
When you're one of the friends, I get it.
I'm
But-
not commissioner.
Not necessarily
but
you, I'm
just
just.
saying, you're between the wall and the knife when you go with these consultants. I mean, if the state is recommending, that you use these people in order to give you the money, you're okay. If you say no, you don't get anything.
we're also, one of the largest jurisdictions. We have some of the highest rates of new diagnoses in the South in the country.
Yeah.
So we do want experts. We want the best to help us quickly and rapidly improve viral suppression and reduce transmission.
No, and I get it. Just like everybody's saying, I mean, we know and we understand your point of view. I think Commissioner Price and the court is wondering about some of these costs. But again, and rightly so, but again, if the people that is giving you the money is telling you to use these consultants at this rate, you might not have anything if you don't go with them. So
My staff hit me back. They said it's over $1 million. 587,000 was the first.
No.
472,240. It's a million. It's
I
a million.
did notice they went down in the last quarter also. So with that being said, thank you so much. I mean,
Well,
my questions were answered.
But we would definitely be in touch. We invite you to participate in any of our technical assistance sessions with our subrecipient agencies, with our staff, as well as our annual World AIDS Day and Poster Symposium. So thank you.
And I applaud all of that. I just want to see a plan whereby we are able to distance ourselves of these consultants. If you've got staff there, I don't know how much coaching they need at $150, $250 an hour, but they've been getting coached for quite a while based on these 2 contracts.
Definitely understood, and we'll be following up with that transition plan.
Okay, thank you.
We'll be talking. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you so much.
Number 24, Judge, I just want to commend Alberta Blair, Director, Ms. Alberta Blair, and the Public Works Department. That doubt how long it's taken on this District 519, the maintenance and improvement of 4 regional dams located in Rowlett and 10 Mile Creek watershed. But this is the Dalworth Soil and Water Conservation District 19. It took forever. I just want to say to Public Works, thank you. And now that we've got this one, as they say, through the watershed, we can now come on with Rowlett and the others in Saxe and rest of them. These watersheds, for those of you who haven't been around long enough, we've gone through this before. So, thank you. I think that was other than my comment on 30.
One quick question, if
Sure.
I might.
Go ahead.
Number 28.
We're doing that by separate vote.
Yeah.
It's coming.
28 is pulled for a separate vote,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
hold 1 second.
Yeah.
I do have a comment on item number 16, if it's in
Okay.
order. Okay, good. I just wanted to recognize the efforts of Dallas County Commissioners Court, the budget, HR, purchasing, my own staff, and Dallas County team for pushing forward to bring Dallas County Child Care Stipend Program to Dallas County employees. This program will provide quality child care services to the families of Dallas County employees. The lack of child care options and the increasing cost of child care have become a critical barrier to employment. It is important that the Commissioners Court in Dallas County be advocates to expand and develop quality, affordable child care. The benefits are the ability to better recruit and retain employees at Dallas County, and more importantly, early childhood education, which is a road to a better future. Thank you, Tom.
Will we be able to kind of follow that to see
Yeah,
the
really,
number of
because
people?
yeah,
who
that's
access?
what I'm looking for is a real report.
Let's see if they'll
all
say
of this.
yes.
Yeah.
Yep, no, I agree.
And before we get off of these non-controversial corridors, I want to give a shout out to Luis Tamayo on both of his orders this week. One that expands competition in the replacement housing field, and the second that provides cleanup of trash dumped in our unincorporated areas, which pose a health burden on the people who live there.
It's not a health burden. It is a work burden that my people wind up cleaning up, and this is a more cost-effective. And this is our, what year is
Well,
this?
it may be appreciated by your workers, but it's
no.
also appreciated by the people who live there.
Yeah, maybe.
Well-
Yeah, they just dump it wherever they dump it. So
It's a big challenge, and that's why I want to recognize the effort of Road and Bridge 3, Mr. Tamayo, and our Fire Marshal de Los Santos as well, because it's a team effort. It's a never-ending story, and when it comes to using these tires, for, I mean, it's a very hard, endless task that
Yeah,
Dallas County has to continue to take care of. So
with the replacement housing, one of the things that we will should be looking at, and will be looking at, is increasingly there are, and it's a fast-growing field, that there are ways to save on things with 3D printing and buying things that are partially ready for you to just put together. We're not talking about manufactured housing in the 20-year-old sense. We're talking about the same technology that millionaires are using to build their modern mansions.
But you're not at the square footage we're dealing with. You can run out.
But they're beginning to use that same technology. You can even go, not that I'm saying this is a vendor that we should use necessarily, but if you go on Amazon, you can find houses with the same square footprint of a Habitat house for under $40,000. Now, this is just the materials to put it together. But as I was telling Luis, my mama was born in a house that her grandparents got on a rail car from Sears and Roebuck and put together with their neighbors. And so we're kind of going full circle again on affordable housing, perhaps.
Having been in some of those examples of alternate ways of building at a lower cost housing that would significantly add to Dallas County. Looking forward to seeing, yes, what can we do to implement that to a greater degree?
Let me tell you something. I hear all of this, and coming from a community where I hear about shotgun shacks, and those of us who came up in the country, we know what I'm talking about. Some of these damn houses they're putting up now, they talk about 300,000, 400,000. They're two-story shotgun shacks. And I'm going to tell you, in 10 years, that housing stock, and I don't care where you talk about, you can call it hardy plank, particle, it's going to look like hell in 10 years. It is, I hear us, it's okay for right now, but you watch 10 years from now to see what that stock. Of course, I can talk because I live in a 1914 house that's shiplapped, with cypress siding that has been over 100 years. This stuff we're going around, even when they come to DHAC, we challenge them. How much more in your construction of this house are you going to brick? Because that hardy plank, and I don't care what you call it. It's shaved concrete. I get that, but it looks like hell. And in 10 years, that's what it's going to look like. But okay.
Well, Commissioner, and I hate to jump with optimism because I know how much you hate it, but I have to say that at least we are looking into different ways. And I think Mr. Tamayo's idea on how we're going to build them is more than anything efficiency. I mean, they just talk about quality, and we can spend a whole day talking about quality. But it's efficiency on how we build, and we better use the resources of Dallas County so we can map them together. Reality, Commissioner, most of these houses are going into District 3.
You think?
I know so.
Okay,
I mean,
that's my point.
I don't want to sound too optimistic, but I mean, with that being said, I think that it's a good way to organize and move forward with what we can do. So we talk about affordable housing pretty much all morning long, which is amazing because I don't think we have talked about housing for so long in one court. But I am glad that we're having these discussions, and I'm glad that we're looking at all the different elements that goes into affordable housing in today's society when it's almost unaffordable to get one. So
The point of all this conversation is that there is a need in Dallas County, and is actually throughout Dallas County, even though there are places where there are larger numbers. But the point of that being, too, is the very active seeking for what are we doing today? How are we helping people who are on the streets today who need housing, the families that need housing today, but then also looking to the future, what happens in 5 years and what happens in 10 years, to see what we are building today for today's population and what that will mean further on down the road.
We have a goal of 2,000 by 2030. Hopefully we can achieve it. And, you know, like Mr. Martin said this morning, they're not like us. They're not like us.
Yeah, but the problem is you got to get the origin of that. They not like us. And then before you can quote it. Yeah, before you can quote it, get it right. My problem is they living in those. What are those?
We're hearing that not like us.
What are those? Yeah, I'll play the song for you. And wait a minute. What's those dadgum things where they do all that storage? Those
containers.
Those containers. Hell, they're building. You go out and say that they're building
They're
houses.
building them.
So that's what I'm
In
talking.
Canada, they're part of the stock. Yeah.
I understand, and they're building.
County, they're part of the stock.
Yeah, exactly.
Some of them,
So that's. I mean, you know, it depends on how
you.
we want to get with this stuff.
Yep, I agree.
But at least, like I said, but at least in 10 years, it'll be looking like a big container with paint on it. Hell, it won't be falling down.
Nice pig.
Okay, I'm going to stop there. My points are done. Thank
All
you,
right.
Judge.
Any other comments from anyone? Hearing
Judge,
none?
we're not separating out because after I got all of that, I thought they were going to tell me something different, and so we're just separating out 28.
Yeah, the separated items are 17, 28, and 32.
We need a vote on these first, though.
Yes, we need a vote on the consent.
But I'm gonna vote. But on 14, I'm gonna vote no.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Let's separate that. Let's remove 14.
Okay, move to remove 14 from the approved
Second.
agenda.
Okay.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And now we'll vote on
14.
Well, no, we need to vote on the other ones too. So we have the motion.
But you got to vote on them individually because she pulled 17, which is an exception.
We haven't voted on the non-pulled ones.
Correct. We have not, Commissioner Price.
All
The
those
judge is right.
Can you list the pulled items very quickly?
Okay, 13 by staff, 17, 28, and 32.
And now added 14.
Yeah.
14,
All right, are we
correct.
ready to vote on the non-pulled items?
Yeah.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up is Court Order 14.
Correct.
Move it.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, that motion carries 3-1 with one abstention. All right, next we have pull for separate vote items, and the first is number 17.
Yes, it's an exemption.
It's an exception. I move Court Order 17.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
That motion carries 4-1. Next is Court Order 28.
Court Order 28, I move Court Order 28.
Second.
All right, I have questions on this, if I could. Mr. Bazan, you're the answer of these questions, or is it purchasing? I don't know, whichever one wants to answer some of these questions. I don't really understand what's happening here. It sounds to me like we're going to hire 5 new individuals to run a parking garage. Is that right?
The purpose of the agenda item, when we initially added the Jackson Street Garage to the list of locations that required service, it was a year or longer before the garage was actually in operation. So what we knew at the time was that we were going to need services for 700 spaces. The garage is 1,200 spaces. How we were going to handle the additional 500 was still to be determined. So what this court order does is this allows for management of all 1,200 spaces.
I don't understand why I need 5 people to manage parking spaces. These are 5 new, additional, not the ones we already have, but additional ones to manage these parking spaces?
As I understand, it's supplemented to what is already on site. So
Yeah.
the numbers that you're seeing, and I'm looking at the information on the agenda item, that is total for the entire garage services.
Okay.
You also have, in addition to what you might have somebody there managing the operation, you also have janitorial services within the garage. So there's other services that take place.
How does this compare with the other parking garages that we have?
It's perfectly in sync.
How much, Dr. Watkins, how much revenue have we received from this parking garage so far?
From July 2024 is the first I see revenue, so it's total 54,000. But with sales tax, it's less than that. It's like 40.
Commissioner, if I could.
Yeah, but
So
okay, go ahead.
Jackson Street for the months of up until August, so we opened in the summer, you actually had the gate arms open while we worked through a lot of operational issues and really let employees get to use the garage. So it was very targeted. On November 1st, we closed the gates and opened it for employees only, so that if you were a monthly parker and you're a county employee, you could go utilize the site. So that's through November. In December, not advertising, we opened it up for daily persons. So we didn't want to advertise, we just wanted to slow roll this out. In January and February, up until March, we coordinated with jury services to begin to move jurors to the site. So jurors, they're paying a reduced rate. Monthly parkers, those numbers are being reflected in your George Allen garage too. So we have not actively begun to solicit and try to maximize revenue. That said, we're receiving offers all the time for very large block lease rates of space, significant. I mean, up until even half the garage or the whole garage. So we have a lot of opportunity to maximize revenue. Having these additional 500 spaces under the control of the county is a good decision. And furthermore, your subleasee is actually paying this amount, so you're not even right. The additional 160K that is being requested here, because I understand it looks like a big number, but that's spread over a number of years. It's 160K a year approximately. That's being covered by your subleasee. So Dallas County is not paying anything for this additional request.
Let me see if I understood that right, because I didn't get that out of the briefing at all. So if these 5 additional people will be hired, but we will be reimbursed for them from folks who actually own the garage. Is that right?
No. So
sorry, I misunderstood again. Apologize.
I want to double check on the staffing. I'm not going to confirm it's 5 right here, but I think that's the actual total amount. But what is being requested here is the additional coverage for the other 500 spaces. Dallas County has a subleasee. This was part of the real estate transaction. They are paying the costs for this.
I see, not the owner of the garage, but rather the subleasee. That's what I got wrong. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I understand now. Sorry about that. All right. So net to the county is going to be 0
for these services. Yes.
I'm ready to vote.
Excellent.
I got to call the question.
And just want to make a comment. Mr. Rosan, yes. I mean, it was confusing as I remember part of the briefing and what we have agreed when we built the garage, and I think Commissioner Solomon was not with us at the time those conversations were taking place. So,
sure he was.
Well, no, when those
sure he was. He just had one of them senior moments. Okay. Let me just
Hey.
I'm not gonna get into that argument, but
really
thank you,
gonna talk
Mr.
about our
Rosan.
ages there?
Thank you for clarifying it for the record. Okay, now we're ready.
Call the
Commissioner
question.
President, what happened with your negative optimism?
That was my optimism.
Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you, Jesus. We're almost at the end. Come on, let's go.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
Oh,
I
yeah.
guess,
That takes us
that
to
should be
court order number 32, which was pulled by me. Let me first, colleagues, start by saying that I want to thank Dr. Watkins, first and foremost for her patience, and more importantly, to put up with the 5 of us, consistently every week. As I always say, I recognize the hard work that she does. With the tools that she has. And as you all send us this report, Dr. Watkins, and I know you sent it to all of us, I recognize that being a woman, is always a challenge, and we always have to prove ourselves, especially when they're women of colors. I pleaded to the court that we keep budget and evaluation outside, reporting directly to the Commissioner's Court. I know you work really well with all the organizations and all the entities, and Mr. Martin as well, but I do not have the votes to make this possible. I know that in the past, we done it with your predecessor, when we put it in, and eventually we take it out. But I want to thank, Commissioner Solomon for this agreement that while it's not what I would like it was an agreement that you will report to the Commissioner's Court under Mr. Martin's directive. You know, and I want to thank, because at the beginning you were 2 layers down, which I thought it was completely, you know, completely unacceptable. But while I wanted you out for increased accountability, check and balances, transparency, better oversight and control, improved decision-making, eliminate layers of questioning, and more importantly, streamline communication, I hope that this allows you to report directly to us in case that you believe that something has to be addressed directly by the Commissioner's Court.
Call the question.
Unless you want to say something, Commissioner.
Well, I want to say thank you to each one of the Commissioners Court members for taking the time to hear my voice and being sensitive to what my concerns were, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Your voice was heard.
Well,
So it's being established too that we'll be working with the county administrator on being kept up to date on significant changes, issues, good things that are going on with this, right?
Whatever that means.
well,
Yeah.
you know, when you want to get on to the, you know, to the numbers, there are 20 people to report to us, 14 males, 6 female, 3 African, only 3 African American, 5 Latinos, 5 Anglos, 1 Asian on the male side, females, 4 African Americans, 1 Asian, and 1 Anglo. And this court, this court has not, and when I'm going to get to in future courts,
Dr.
what
Watkins,
this court has done.
Dr. Watkins is the number 1, tier 1 minority women in Dallas County. And
Yes.
and that
Yes,
was
when you
exactly my
compare-
point.
Yeah, I was comparing, the data that I provided was comparing directors tier 1 male to female.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Watkins.
Thank you, Dr. Watkins.
Sorry I couldn't get the votes.
All set. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
Oh,
carries.
you know what? I'm going to abstain on this one.
All right, motion carries unanimously with 1 abstention. All right, anything else? And we're up to our speakers. The speaker list was a little troubling to pull, looks like today, but this initial speakers list seems to line up with the one that I eventually got. I did see one speaker said they had signed up but wasn't on the list, so we'll deal with that when we get done with the ones that are on both of these lists. The first speaker is Mr. Loris Phillips, and I think I just saw her like
Yeah, she
10
just walked
seconds
in
ago.
here.
Oh, she's coming back. She had to go grab something. She's coming.
Okay. All right.
Dolores Phillips, you do have handouts. The first handout is the notice of assignment of visiting judge for Honorable Williams, where you had Honorable Carolyn Wright from the 5th Court of Appeals to stand in October 21st, 2022. On that day, all those hearings were mine. If you look at the second handout, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those hearings were for me. It was a no-show. Honorable Judge Stacey Williams was set to testify to her own knowledge of her own case 3:11 CV 0397 versus the city of Dallas, Texas, where she prevailed. I'm alleging, I believe, that you strong-armed Honorable Williams to throw justice under the bus. I do understand poor people beyond race. It is selective due process. So in those hearings, in the case over there in the George Allen building, DC-21-06299 is my case. Honorable Williams was set to testify. There was a no-show. It was 5 people showed up: Dallas County Attorney TDIDWC attorney, and Raymond Forklift attorney. A key witness showed up in myself. No one called to say that the hearings had been canceled. I allege that in believe the sanctions order is obstruction of justice. All my orders in George Allen building from this case right here has been removed from the docket. Order granting motion to proceed IFP, order denying default judgment. All those orders have been removed from the docket. That's how y'all play. Now, in probate guardianship case for my dad, PR-23-03429-2, I allege his demise before his time was due to the retaliation of me speaking of the cover-up within the cover-up of the fabricated premeditated police report 0273291A. So in the investigations that you had, I'm knocking on doors to ask for you to be investigated as to why you investigated me and released no reports in Dallas County Probate Court number 2 with my dad. I'm also asking, why did you appoint a court-appointed ad litem? She did nothing for my dad but neglected him before Honorable, what's her name? What's her name?
Williams, Stacey Williams?
No, Johnson passed away. Honorable Eddie Bernice Johnson, due to negligence. That was my dad's case, but it wasn't at Baylor. So, Honorable Jenkins, I'm knocking on doors. New old familiar,
Phillips,
new
you're
faces.
out of time.
No, I'm not out of time because the truth is the truth. The truth gonna be the same no matter how old we get or not.
Out of the 3
Thank
minutes.
you, sir.
Thank you. All right, and next up is Mr. William Hopkins.
Before I get started.
You have to look that up.
Yeah, I am. I'm gonna look them up one day.
Thank you, sir.
Is the mic on? As you can see, Judge Jenkins, John didn't want a copy. He didn't want a copy of this. This is what the city of Dallas said they wasn't involved in the lawsuit, in the RSR lawsuit. John is on the board at the city. He on the land bank board. The second sheet, Judge Jenkins, is what a city sued. Now, the first sheet, city was telling the people in West Dallas they wasn't involved. The second sheet is what the city of Dallas sued the RS, Judge Jenkins. The top of the page is what the city of Dallas and the state of Texas sued the RSR lead smelter. So that means, on face value, Judge Jenkins, there's something wrong with this picture. Just on face value, not saying who was wrong and who was right, but on face value, if the city's saying they wasn't involved in a lawsuit, they didn't have nothing to do. They wasn't involved. They didn't have nothing to do with the RSR lawsuit. It was between some people and some attorneys. This is what the city said. The second sheet is where they sued. So just like I said, on face value, something wrong, Judge Jenkins. All I'm asking you to do is ask somebody, the FBI, the county, John should have helped us. But the reason he don't want to see this paper, he don't never get no copy. Y'all try to give it to him, and he'll tell y'all no. This to help the people in West Dallas. The Dallas Morning News, December 16th, 17th, and 18th, I got them to come to test in West Dallas, test the lead for lead. They found lead everywhere. They come to my house. I asked them why I come out and ask John for help. I asked the Dallas Morning News, the paper. I asked them, why come you out and ask John? They said, John, don't never say nothing about blacks helping black people. So him and Fred Byron, Russell Budd, Dorothy Budd, of the Fred Byron and Budd law firm, had them people to come to the boys club, Judge Jenkins, and told them don't tell nobody and get thousands of dollars at the boys club. Him, Jesse Jackson,
Pat Spurls, Rem Spurls, and the preachers sold them people out in the boys club, Judge Jenkins. If you get the FBI to ask me, I ain't scared of John. I ain't scared of nobody. There's nobody on this earth that I'm scared of, Judge Jenkins. If you get the FBI to ask me what happened, did John, Jesse Jackson, and the ministers had them people to come to West Dallas, come to the boys club, and told them don't tell nobody and get some money, and you can stay in the projects, you could stay on Section 8, just don't tell nobody and come get this money. I asked the FBI to ask me. I'm not, like I said, I'm not afraid of nothing, Judge Jenkins. Ask them to ask me. Just like you help the Hispanics, I want you to help me, Judge Jenkins, like you help the Hispanics.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins, you're out of time. All right, now, we had one other speaker at least that came up to me and said they were signed up to speak, and that was you, or any others, and we're gonna deal with that, and we'll deal with that in just a second. Any other people who think they signed up to speak but didn't get on the list because something went wrong, I guess. All right, so we have one person at the back of the room who is requesting to speak, who you thought you signed up?
I did sign up, Judge.
Okay.
I signed up yesterday before 4, just as it required.
Well, I'm gonna take your word for it,
We
given.
closed yesterday.
Yeah, that's probably why.
That's probably, but still I'm gonna say that counts. Come on up.
Thank you, sir.
Because, if you sign up online, it doesn't matter whether they're closed or not.
Yeah, exactly. But it wasn't online. See, that was the point. It wasn't online.
Okay, well,
Did you do it online, just for the record?
Yes.
You sign up online?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You do not appear in the record, so that's.
Okay. I absolutely, yeah, I did.
something's wrong.
Unanimity, what did she?
Okay, well, let's do that then.
What
Something in Irving.
Yeah.
I think you're qualified because I think we just had given some of the other stuff, we had some snafus there. But also, do we have unanimity to allow her to speak as well? And even if we don't promote her.
Yeah, well, I mean. It was
All right, so we have that as well. All right, so go ahead and just state your name and address for the record, and when you get to 3 minutes, just finish your sentence.
Okay. Judge Jenkins, before that, I would like to make a compliment. This morning when I came in, the Dallas County Marshals were dealing with a person for over an hour, yelling and screaming, and they performed admirably. Y'all didn't see it, I did, having gone to the restroom and everything. So I just want you to know that you are well protected, and you didn't even know what was going on, but they performed admirably, and I would thank them for their care. All right.
Thank you, Judge, for saying that, and we'll put it in the record.
Okay. And who's pushing the button? Because I 3 minutes exactly.
All right.
So
well,
here we
just
go.
State your name and address and get started then.
Okay. My name is Laura Anderson, and I live in Irving, Texas. Good morning, Judge Jenkins and Commissioners. My name is Laura Anderson, and I'm a former municipal judge, Dallas County Magistrate from Irving. After graduating from Baylor Law School in 1991, I've spent the last 34 years making sure that justice was served in Irving, Texas. I spoke to you back in November about the county jail population increase after May 1st of 2024, when the police chief instituted an illegal policy which violates 1517 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, which states you must bring the arrested before a magistrate without unnecessary delay. Instead, the unlawful police policy creates an unnecessary delay by preventing the detention officers from bringing anyone charged with Dallas County charge before a magistrate while still in Irving, and requires holding those arrested in Irving without the ability to bail or see a Dallas County magistrate until they are transferred to Dallas County. Since May 1st of 2024, thousands more people are needlessly being booked into the Dallas County Jail. This policy has created an overwhelming burden on the Dallas County Sheriff. Just in the month of January 2025, the Sheriff booked in 510 more people into the jail than 2024. Most of the increase coming from the results of this devastating policy. Finally, on March 10th, 2025, at 4:25 a.m., My worst nightmare occurred when a 32-year-old from Irving, Patrick Jones, was arrested on 2 misdemeanors, a Class B theft, 100 to 750, and failing to ID as a fugitive. Instead of being seen by a magistrate housed next door later that morning, because of this unlawful policy, was kept in custody in Irving for more than 24 hours after being arrested without the ability to see a magistrate, and tragically was found unconscious the following morning on March 11th, 2025 at 4:45 in the morning. His autopsy is still pending. I have done everything within my power to convince the city of Irving to discontinue this unlawful practice. I need your help to ensure that everyone in Dallas County has a constitutional right to bail without unnecessary delay, and people don't continue being subjected to this devastating consequences of being overjailed simply because they were arrested in Irving. I want the opportunity to solve this crisis and allow the sheriff the opportunity to succeed in not only controlling the population surge in the Dallas County Jail, but also help the sheriff solve the transportation issues between Irving and Dallas County created by this unlawful policy. Judge Jenkins, I sent you an email late last week with further details and a request to meet with you. I would love the opportunity to meet with you and Mr. Martin to restore justice in Irving, Dallas County, Texas. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. All right, now also on this speaker list, I've got Michael Wigington. I think that's Michael in the background. I've got him on this one. So as far as I'm concerned, he's signed up to speak. Go ahead. I got this thing when they couldn't print out the other one. I'm just saying, if you're on either one of them and they're from the clerk's office, I'm just gonna treat it like you're signed up. Go ahead, state your name and your address.
My name's Michael Wigington. I live at 8009 Esquire Lane. I originally came here to speak to y'all about a bit of a different topic, but fire marshals have arrested my sister today, as the judge so nicely pointed out. You're looking for help with illegal activities?
No, you just gotta talk to us, sorry.
I'm talking.
To us.
I can talk. So my sister was arrested. Why was she arrested? Because Dallas County Fire Marshal's Office believes they have the right to create law enforcement agencies out of thin air. 10 years ago, they created, without authorization, the Dallas County Marshals. In February, the Dallas County Marshals received a letter from the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement telling them that no such police agency as the Dallas County Marshals exists. That screening checkpoint out there is not listed on the Dallas County website. There are no postings warning any visitor that their bags will be searched without their consent. Every other security checkpoint in Dallas County has an X-ray machine that requires probable cause to prevent violations of people's Fourth Amendment rights to be free from unreasonable search and seizures. We simply came here to address our grievances to our elected government body, and my sister has been arrested. I will be contacting the FBI about this, T. Cole, the Texas Rangers, the criminal district attorney, and everyone else I possibly can. This is ridiculous. Fire marshals are not police. They are peace officers who investigate arsons. They're not police. The law enforcement agency of Dallas County is an elected official called the sheriff. The sheriff runs law enforcement in Dallas County. Not you, Judge Jenkins. Not you, John Wiley Price. Not you, Commissioner Summerman. Not you, Teresa Daniel, or ELBA GARCIA, who have very intelligently declined to comment on whether or not they think this Marshal's Office program is legal. But John Wiley Price, no, sorry, I'm a little heated because my sister was just arrested by a law enforcement agency that does not legally exist. I believe y'all started y'all's timer wrong, and I see someone fiddling with it. I've probably gone nearly 3 minutes now. I will end it by asking Commissioner Summerman. You told me, personally, at the beginning of March that you'd have your civil division provide the statute that justifies this use of the fire marshal's office. Have you gotten anything back from them?
Not yet.
That's what I thought. Thanks.
Thanks. All right, and that, I'm gonna ask one more time, given this, is there anybody else who believes they signed up to speak that I haven't called? All right, so that's it on the speakers, and we'll now go to closed session to consider matters under Chapter 552 under the Government Code as previously posted. Any action of a necessary from the closed session will take place in a subsequent open session. We'll begin closed session momentarily. This smells like Vicks Vapor Rub. They got Vicks Vapor Rub in the tissue.
In the tissue, yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy.
I've got about 250.
here's 2 court orders. You all set? All right. No action needed from the from the executive session, so the court stands adjourned. Thank you all.